this Smackdown stream, and I hope that everyone is well. I know some of you will have joined us earlier. Some of you are joining us for the first time. Many of you are going to have been at work and school, college, whatever, right? Out for the day. And you won't have heard of any of the results that went down earlier. I can tell you that I'm not going to give you any spoilers. I'm not interested in spoilers. I would say that if you saw or caught any of the results earlier, that you just respect the fact that there are people in this stream that are trying to treat this like a normal Smackdown stream. So, yes, we're just going to kind of talk about the show as if the show has not happened and kind of approach it that way. So, any thoughts or conversations that people want to have, you can just try and bear that in mind. It's obviously going to be very difficult. It's obviously going to be very challenging to try and do that. But well, I'm certainly going to try and do that. So, you know, I don't know if maybe people want to stay out the chat a little bit more than usual so they don't see any spoilers of what went down. But we do have a preview. I can bring that up on screen. We've got the preview, which is where we normally start. So here is the official preview for the show. Oh, they've added a lot more to it, actually. So here, we only had 3 things on this preview earlier, but they've added all these other bits to it now. So Randy Orton is going to be on the show. Carmelo Hayes is doing an open challenge. Alexa Bliss is going to be taking on Julia for the Women's United States Championship. Trick Williams is going to make his debut against Rey Fenix. The Wyatt Sicks are going to battle against the MFTs. And of course, the big one, the one that everyone has been really excited about, Cody Rhodes against Drew McIntyre in a 3 stages of hell match. So it's a big match. It's a big deal to actually get this on just a normal episode of SmackDown. WWE really are going big for the start of 2026. So Cody Rhodes Drew McIntyre, 3 stages of hell. If you don't know what that means, it means that we start with the normal match, then we move on to Falls Count Anywhere, and then we move on, if needed, of course it's going to go that way, to a steel cage match. As we said earlier, why would you bother setting up the cage if you're not going to use the cage? So every chance that it goes 1-1, and then we go to that third fall, and that's where we go into a steel cage match. So that's our main event, of course. But there is some other bits. I mean, obviously, Alexa against Julia is quite interesting. Wyatt Sicks against the MFTs. I know a lot of you in the community are still big Wyatt Sicks fans. So we're going to see them in action against the MFTs. Carmelo doing another open challenge. Always great to see Randy Orton. So certainly a lot about this show to kind of get your teeth into and get excited about. So, yeah, looking forward to watching it again, to be honest. I have already seen it once, as I said. Looking forward to watching it again. Keegan said, I will see you guys in the next stream. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, isn't it? That people are obviously not going to be necessarily able to join us. Looks like this chat is stuck a little bit. Let's try and see if we can update it. Yeah, it's looks like there's going to be a few people that probably aren't going to stick around and join us like they normally would, because of the fact that they want to try and avoid spoilers and all of that stuff, you know. It's still going to be a cool watch, says Chris. Mosey, hello, shout out to you. Bones said, I've sent an email for the Hall of Fame. It turned out like I wanted. It didn't turn out like I wanted due to an unseen issue. I've sent a written statement as well. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to play the video, not play the video? What do you want me to do, Bones? You tell me. I do have the Hall of Fame bits that I need to sort, but I'm not sure what it is that you want me to do. I am going to act like SmackDown never happened, said Bryce. Let me go down. Harmon, shout out to you, Butts. Appreciate it. Play the video. Okay. Well, I will need to download said video first. So whilst that is downloading, we can turn our attention to the chat. Right. Yes, as you said, it's going to be a tricky one tonight. I mean, this is the downside, isn't it, with the whole being over in Europe stuff. You know, that is the problem with it being in Europe and us having to do this kind of taped sort of show. It was really weird, actually, because Wrestle Talk, Cultaholic, I mean, everyone, Sportskeeda, everyone was just acting like the show was live and everything was normal, right, on social media. To be honest, I've put a reaction out as a result because everyone is just acting like it's happened and this is it, right? I don't think people are really bearing in mind the fact that it's airing later in the US. I've stayed clear of putting anything on YouTube that's got any spoilers or anything in, right? Or at least trying to. But yeah, it was really weird because we were looking earlier at all these people that were just reacting and talking about the show as it was happening. And then just randomly, you've got WWE putting a post out saying what's going to happen tonight on SmackDown. It's like someone should tell WWE it's on right now. I don't think WWE's social team know that it's actually on right now. But everyone else was like live reacting to it apart from WWE. Right. Daze, I can't get no spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Is Raw gonna be in Berlin on Monday? No, it's in Germany. It's in Dusseldorf. So it's still in Germany though. So unfortunately we are on this European tour for a little bit. So it is gonna mean, let's have a look actually. If we go to WWE, and have a look and see how long this European tour is going to last for. So we have got SmackDown next week is Wembley. Raw on the 19th is in Ireland. So Raw on the 19th is in Ireland. We are on the 23rd in Quebec, Montreal. So basically this European tour is going to take up SmackDown. It's going to take us all the way to the 19th. So that means that we've got Raw. We've got a Raw, all of next week, Raw and SmackDown, and another Raw. We've got 3 more shows. We've got another SmackDown, and we've got 2 Raws, and then we're in Canada. Lots of live events. Obviously, they're not televised, though. They're in Glasgow tomorrow, on Saturday. They are in Denmark on Sunday. Germany on Tuesday. Newcastle in the UK on Thursday. SmackDown next week in London. We've got Poland. There's a Nottingham show. So, yeah, I mean, look, this European tour is in full swing now. But, yeah, show-wise, we've got to get through next week, Monday and Friday. And then we got to get through the next Monday after that as well. So, sadly, still quite a few shows coming up that are international, that are in Europe. Right, let's do the Hall of Fame bits. We can do those. I don't know if this has downloaded yet. Doesn't look like it has, actually. Is it downloaded yet? There it was, and then it's gone. I don't have. Oh, that's your picture. I will complete the speech and send it to 3. Yeah, Bones, I don't have it again, but I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to send So I don't know. It doesn't seem to always send it over. Has it gone into a junk folder or something? Spam maybe. Nope. I don't have it, but did you send it via email or did you DM me? Someone keeps spamming in the chats. Hello, Trini. Shout out to you. I had taped shows or shows that happen late because people's brains shut. Oh, you hate them. Yes, I can understand that. Right. Any spoilers and spammers are gonna get removed. No, body weird people keep posting. I hear news about John Cena going in the Hall of Fame, said Chris. Oh, that's interesting. I've not heard anything on that front, to be honest. There was a rumor a little while ago, but nothing seems to have come of it. So I don't know where we are with that. But yes, I think it was before his retirement match, there was word going around that he might go in the Hall of Fame in 2026. But I haven't heard anything in quite a while, to be honest. Daze, the 3 predictions for this year. Cody is going to have a big downfall. Khan is going to get himself in a big scandal and put AEW at risk. Sign Wrestling Days is going to trend worldwide. Thank you. People put out spoilers should be banned. Do you think Bray will be in the Hall of Fame, said Harmon? Yeah. I do think he'll go in the Hall of Fame. Whether it'll be this year, I don't know. I mean, Hall of Fame seems undeniable for Bray. Yeah, I agree. Someone just said about Stephanie headlining. And I don't know, honestly. I mean, I thought she was. Normally, the first person that gets announced is the headliner. She got announced earlier than anyone's ever been announced. I mean, she was announced was it WrestlePalooza? She got announced as going into the Hall of Fame. And she's a massive name as well. I mean, she is a McMahon, the whole Helmsley McMahon era. You think about some of the storylines that she's been kind of caught up in. I mean, she would seem like a very worthy main event kind of headline act for the Hall of Fame. Stephanie McMahon is not a small name. She's been CEO of the company. Like, she's been in charge of the whole flipping company. She's also been connected with WWE for, I think it goes back to the 80s. I mean, she was modeling shirts and stuff, wasn't she? She was modeling like Davey Boy Smith, British Bulldog, Rockers shirts. So, she goes all the way back to the 80s. So I must admit, when she was announced, I kind of thought she was the headliner. But then there was reports doing the rounds that Cena could go in 2026. But I haven't heard anything since just before his retirement match. So it's been a good few weeks now. So honestly, not sure. Bray will go in. I don't know that he headlines, though, because, I don't know, to have someone headline a class that's sadly no longer with us is probably not ideal. I think if he was still with us, he would deserve that honor. Whether they would do it, though, I've got to think there's every chance that he goes in and just goes in as part of a class rather than the headline. I think it is a shame, and it does take some away when they can't speak themselves on stage, and share their stories and give their thanks in their own words. It's just not quite the same if someone does it on their behalf. So, I don't know. I don't know how that would be received if WWE put Bray in 2026, but he goes in as just part of a class rather than the headline. I could see that happening, though, to be honest. But yeah, I agree. I thought Stephanie was going to be the headline. And then word on the street was that Cena was going in, but haven't heard anything on that in a few weeks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read, because I did get sent Lisa's So we put 2 people in the Hall of Fame, okay? So obviously every month someone goes in the Hall of Fame. For December, we put 2 people in. Now, I've got Bones said he sent a video, but I don't seem to have it at the moment. And so I don't know if Bones is going to resend that over. But whilst we try and figure that out, I can read out what Lisa has sent over. So this apparently is the updated Hall of Fame speech that I received yesterday. So Lisa will eventually go up here. In fact, I'll get that done this weekend now that I've got the pictures in and everything. So this is what Lisa had to say to the community. So Lisa said, firstly, I just want to say thank you to the Daze community and family for voting me into the Hall of Fame. Words can't express how honored I am to have my name added amongst all the amazing people that have gone in before me. Now, I want to take a minute to acknowledge a few people that I hold dear to my heart. Martin, Bob, Mosey, Casey, Robbie. You guys have helped me build not only an amazing faction, but you guys hold a special place in my heart. And Finley, welcome back. You were greatly missed. Family, not faction. Muggsy, my bestie friend, thank you always for just being you and blessing me with your friendship. Nita, my sister, you helped me through some really dark times and reminded me that there was light after the darkness. For this, I am forever grateful to you. Martin, guard that key with your life. Finally, I want to dedicate my Hall of Fame win to my granddaughter, Amelia. 2025 was her year. She came into the world having to fight, and my little sunshine overcame every obstacle that life threw at her. And today, 5 months later, she's in great health. Community, family, I'll end by saying this. It's okay to not be okay, because even a broken crayon colors a beautiful picture. There we go. Some lovely words there from Lisa, who went into our Hall of Fame in December along with Bones. So Lisa has sent an image over. As we said, we'll get that up on screen. I'll get that done over the weekend. Many, many congratulations to Lisa. Very, very well deserved. So many people deserve to go into that Hall of Fame. And yeah, Lisa, Bones, they were the 2 that went in December. Word Live Cena fan said Smackdown airs on the USA Network in the US at 8 p.m. Yeah, we are about an hour and 10 minutes away. Trini said, these idiots just keep creating new profiles to drop in spoilers. It's just rage bait. If you ignore them, I'll just keep removing them. Yeah, there's not much you can do, to be honest. I mean, it's going to sadly happen. It's going to be one of those situations where there's just not going to be much that we can do. So we'll just try our best, but it's more than understandable if people want to just stay offline and just want to watch the show themselves. It's one of those. It's sad. It's a real shame because obviously, we would like people to be able to join us and whatever, but I totally understand if people are like, nah, I can't take the risk. I mean, I totally get it, to be honest. I totally understand. I'm realizing that there are different times in US and Europe, and it's stupid. How can you avoid spoilers, said Big Dave. The only thing you can do is just go radio silent with the internet, to be honest with you. And just completely shut it down, shut down the internet. It's the only way you can really guarantee. But even then, you've got to make sure you don't bump into any friends or anything like that. So, yeah, very, very, very difficult. This is the downside of doing these kind of shows in Europe. The only thing I would say is there's not really a way around it, is there? There's not really a way around it. Even if it was being shown live in America, you would still have people at work and people at school and people not being able to watch live. I mean, this aired, I think it was like 2 p.m. Eastern time. So, I mean, 2 p.m. in the UK on a Monday is like people are at school, people are in education, people have got jobs. I mean, 2 p.m. is a horrible time. So even if it was live on Netflix, I still think it's not going to help a lot of people. A lot of people are still going to miss it. But equally, you know, WWE is a global brand. It does shows kind of all over the world now. Goes to Australia, obviously does a lot in Europe. We've seen it kind of pop to Mexico, Puerto Rico. It's gone over to Japan as well. And I think they're going to look to continue growing that. That's something that's only going to, you know, continue to grow. So, yeah, I mean, it is a problem that kind of I don't see a solution to be honest. I agree. It sucks. It really does suck. I don't know how you fix it. Big Tony K said, I'm just stopping by to say have a good stream. AEW had a tremendous showing to the start of the year. AEW is the Burger King of pro wrestling. Yes, let's go. What's WWE? If AEW is the Burger King of pro wrestling. Arsenal fan said, Daze, what made you stop watching AEW? Do you prefer WWE? Yes. So I stopped watching AEW because I was willing to check it out. I mean, it's quite exciting to have a new promotion that just starts out of nowhere. So I was watching that at the end of 2019 when it first started. And yeah, I mean, I just like really struggled with it. I think the thing with WWE is I've got lots of goodwill to WWE. I'm a WWE fan. If I look back on my life and I think about growing up and watching WWE, watching The Warrior, watching The Undertaker, watching Bret Hart, watching, you know, the Attitude Era, Stone Cold, Mr. McMahon, WrestleMania, The Streak, The Shield. You know, you just kind of go through this list of stuff that you've loved and enjoyed throughout your life. Like, it's just this form of entertainment that's always been there. And, okay, week in, week out, it's a mixed bag, right? But every year you are going to get amazing moments. We are going to get amazing moments in 2026. Just like there were amazing moments in 2025. We got the return of AJ Lee, which was an amazing moment. We got the end of John Cena's career, which, regardless of however you felt about the match, we had all the stuff that came after the match, which I thought was very well received, right? With Cena in the ring, watching the video package, being given the belts, leaving the shoes in the ring, saying a few words in the entranceway. I mean, it was dramatic. People, you know, everyone had an opinion on it. I mean, we got moments. And, you know, I mean, even Jay winning the Rumble was a surprise. Cena getting 17. Seth faking an injury and then cashing in at SummerSlam. Like, there was things that happened and went down in 2025. I know it's not the best of years, but we got moments, and we will get moments in 2026. But, yeah, there's a lot of goodwill towards WWE. I love WWE. Even when it's bad, I know it's going to give me good. The thing with AEW is that does have no goodwill from me whatsoever because I've not grown up watching it. So you kind of tune into it and you're like, right, what's this about? So you're watching it and there might be some good and there might be some bads, but there's no, I didn't feel much warmth towards it really at any point. So I think, you know, it was a bit of a uphill struggle for AEW. They really did need to put a good run of shows together. They really did need to get some superstars over and to really grab me. And I think the problem with AEW for me was that if ever there was something that I enjoyed, there was just as much stuff that I found deeply frustrating. If you think back to 2020, we had like the exploding barbed wire deathmatch thing. I mean, that match had been really good. And the thing with that match is the whole thing had built up to the end. And so you build up to the end of that match And then you finally get the explosion. And it is one of the most pathetic things I have ever seen. Who was it that came out? Wasn't it like, it wasn't Eddie Kingston, was it? Or was it Kingston that came out and leapt onto Kenny Omega as like the ring was meant to go off, and he passes out, and it was just so embarrassing, and you're like, what the hell is this? That's what all of this is built to. And then but then equally I'm watching Britt Baker, who I was enjoying at the time, and there was things that were, okay, MJF, I see you, there's some good stuff there, bit of Cody, okay. But nothing that really was like, oh my God, this is so good. It was just sort of like, there was some goods, there was some bads, and then when key moments came along, it was really, I thought, really bad. And I felt that way about the Stadium Stampede as well. Stadium Stampede, I think, you look at it and it's like this big stadium, and you just had so much nonsense going on. There was just so much stuff that was just, I couldn't tell if it was meant to be a serious fight or if it was meant to be a laugh. And there was definitely wasn't there one moment where like Matt Hardy changes his clothes underwater and like there's some sort of supernatural element? There was another bit where I think Nick Jackson did Northern Light suplexes all down the pitch. There was another bit where I remember one of the Bucks running down the steps in the stand just to then deliver an elbow through a table. He kind of ran all the way down these steps, stopped, and then jumped off and delivered an elbow. So running down the steps did nothing. He ran all the way down the steps, had to then stop so that he could then deliver an elbow. And I just remember that match being full of those moments where I'm like, what is this? What is this? It's bonkers. It's bonkers. This is bonkers. A lot of people went, this is bonkers, it's amazing. I was more, this is bonkers, I don't get this. If you want a comedy match, do a comedy match. If you want a serious match, do a serious match. This was a match that had like elements of both in, and I was like, I don't know, you want me to take this serious, but then you're doing some of the stupidest stuff I've ever seen. So, like, what is this? So, even that was like, I don't know, man. I don't think this company's for me. And then you look at, like, Blood and Guts, really good match. Really enjoyed it. And then they end it by having MJF and Chris Jericho go through a very obvious crash mat. And you're kind of like, what? And then I think it was around that time that there was Cody and a Go-Go, which was apparently the UK and US didn't like each other. And Cody was going to stand up for America against Great Britain. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember when we did that? Do you remember when Matt Hardy came in as Broken Matt Hardy and he started zooming around the Daly's place? I think Jericho was stood on stage. And this was pandemic. There was no one in the crowds. And Jericho was like watching as Matt Hardy was like disappearing and reappearing as we were like really leaning into a supernatural element for Matt Hardy. And honestly, like this was just, it seemed to consistently deliver moments like that where I was like, I don't think this is for me, man. I don't think this company's for me. The bad was outweighing the good. And there was some good matches, don't get me wrong. And there was some good superstars like MJF. I'm certainly not going to say it was a complete dumpster fire. But those are examples around 2020. Because 2019, they start towards the end of 2019. And then you've got things like pizza cutters being used and, glass and Darby Allin doing Darby Allin things. But the thing that kept me going was you would then build up to Sting coming into AEW, and you're like, wow, okay, I'm down to watch a bit of Sting, Or then you build up to CM Punk coming in, and you're like, oh, okay, no, I'm down for a bit of CM Punk, right? We can do some stuff here. You know, maybe we can build Darby Allin. Maybe we can build Jungle Boy, although that went south. Maybe we could build Sammy Guevara. I don't know what he does now. Maybe we could build MJF, right? I think that turned out okay. So, you know, you're sort of looking at these things. Jamie Hayter came in, and I was a real big fan of Jamie Hayter when she arrived. And so, you know, there were some good flickers, good things that were going on as well. That's what kept me around. But I can't ignore the dumb stuff that I had to watch as well that really did not do it for me. Plus, also, there was a lot of matches I was watching that felt like 3.5 stars, not that special. And then I'd read Dave Meltzer giving it 4.5, and I'd be like, I don't know what he's watching, but we ain't watching the same product because I don't feel like what I saw is the same as what he saw. So, you know, you've got AEW fans that want to kind of, in my opinion, overinflate and exaggerate just how good the show is because they're trying to justify and legitimize AEW. They're trying to say, no, this is what we've been waiting for. Where in my mind, I was like, nah, look, I think they're making too many mistakes here. There's too much stuff here that's just not very good. I'm seeing a lot of matches that I think are being overscored. I'm seeing a lot of dumb stuff. And I see a lot of dumb stuff in WWE, but at least I've got that goodwill towards them because they've given me great stuff throughout the years. In the early stages of AEW, I couldn't say that about AEW. So, you know, I kept going. And to be honest, by the end of 2023, I was done. End of 2023, I was done. I actually think 2021 is kind of regarded as their really good year. That's the year that I think a lot of fans look back on as where they really hit their stride. And I could agree with that, actually, because I do remember that being, you know, a year that it did feel like things had kind of sorted themselves out. Perhaps a lot of what I was talking about was teething troubles. But, you know, you had like the learning tree stuff coming along, the whole devil stuff. I tell you what the final straw was for me. That was MJF and Adam Cole being together, and the nonsense of that was enough. You know when MJF did his song with Adam Cole? No, not Adam Cole. Was it Samoa Joe or Jericho? Jericho. He was sat at that table, and I think they were having like a crisis meeting, right? Where you had, these were two people that didn't like each other. You had MJF on one side of the table. You had Jericho on the other side of the table. And they were there for a meeting to try and, you know, get on the same page, work some stuff out. They don't like each other, but they're trying to find a way forwards. I am not making this up, and you already know what I'm going to say. That turned into a musical number. I'm not even joking. The table broke apart. They both stood up and it turned into a song, right? I have never seen anything like it before, right? It's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in pro wrestling. There are many times like that when I watched AEW where I go, this is just not for me. This is just not for me. I don't know who this is for, but it is not me. And yeah, when we got to MJF and Adam Cole, and then they turned into like best friends, and the AEW champion, one of the best heels that we've seen in a long time, MJF, started to mess around and do this weird friendship thing with Adam Cole, whilst being like a silly babyface. And this is one of the best heels we've ever seen, right? I mean, MJF is a fantastic heel. And they turned him babyface, and they were doing weird stuff like going to Outback Steakhouse. I think they were in a feud with Aussie Open. So they were going to Outback Steakhouse, and they were wrestling inflatable alligators and all this kind of stuff. And they were just messing. This is your AEW champion. This is one of the best heels that we've seen in a long time. And he was faffing around with cringe Miz TV type comedy with Adam Cole. And I was like, this ain't for me. There was just so many times where I'm like, this ain't for me. This ain't for me. And without that goodwill that had been built up, like I have with, because don't get me wrong, you can go back through the history of WWE and find plenty of stuff that's garbage, right? But because they'd given me so many good memories as a kid, you know, because that nostalgia and those good vibes had been built up, I can sort of weather the storm with WWE. If I grew up with AEW and I'd watched that as a kid, perhaps I could have done the same. But I didn't. I couldn't. And I reached the end of the road. So I was done by the end of 2023. And when I left, the views were 850,000, 820,000, something along those lines. The views for Dynamite last week were 379,000. Crashed. Absolutely crashed. So, you know, it's one of those. It's one of those where I don't wish them any ill will. I'm just being very honest about my experience watching AEW. That they gave me some really good times. I saw some really great matches. I appreciate MJF. I really rate Tony Storm. I love Tony Storm's work. I'm a big fan of Jamie Hayter. I think they've got some real talent. Their roster, I think, is actually really good. You know, they've got a Carter, they've got a Mega. I think the Young Bucks are definitely value for money. I think they're goods. I think they're probably not good if they are the ones choosing their own creative. There was lots of conversations around them burying other people and, you know, the whole not MVP, but, you know, those kind of executive vice president. Is it EVP? Executive vice president type roles, and how that meant they could put themselves in favorable booking decisions. There was lots of conversations around that. I think that hurt, actually, the early stages of AEW, because it was an unnecessary distraction. So, yeah, you know, there's quite a detailed breakdown as to why I struggled with it, why I stepped away from it. I'm sure it's better now. I'm sure it's in a good place now. I could believe that it was better than what WWE put up last year. I could believe that. I've not seen Kyle Fletcher, but I have heard that he's an excellent talent. I think Mercedes' presentation, anytime I saw clips, looked good. I like the CEO stuff. I think that's good. Harley Cameron seems fun. Genuinely, I think they're probably in a better place now than they were. But I also think the damage was done. And honestly, 2024 was a real year of decline for AEW. And I don't know if it was just coincidental or if a lot of people felt the same way that I did, that really the end of 2023 was the final straw. That was it. People just couldn't go on anymore past that point. I do think for a lot of people, CM Punk leaving was a bit of a finale, you know. You know, CM Punk and the unprofessionalism where, you know, you've got it's real glass and all of that, you know, and the fallout and the backstage brawl and all. I think that really did serious damage. It wasn't what meant I went. There was loads of other stuff going on I didn't enjoy, most notably, you know, MJF and Adam Cole and all of that. I found a real frustration. And it just got to the point where there was more bads than good, very little goods. There just wasn't as much to stick around for. But I gotta say, they did have stuff. Daniel Bryan, for example. You know, when Daniel Bryan came in, that was awesome. When Sting came in, that was awesome. When Punk came in, that was awesome. Okada, Kenny, you know, I mean, there's some great stuff, but I just reached the end of the road. But if you enjoy it, then brilliant. Again, you know, we joke about AEW from time to time, but I genuinely don't wish them any ill will, because I think that having them around is actually a positive for WWE. I think part of the problem in 2025 for WWE was that AEW were nowhere near. I think WWE went through a really good 2022, 2023, 2024, and that's because AEW were right up next to them, knocking on the door. You know, they were a threat. They were a problem. And as soon as they stopped being a threat and stopped being a problem, that's where WWE get complacent. And that's where all of a sudden creative can just take their foot off the gas and coast. And it feels like last year we did a lot of coasting rather than creatively trying to come up with some really good stuff, you know? We were just like coasting. Yeah, it was really frustrating. Really, really frustrating. Bones, I think that's a picture that you're sending me, bud, not a video. I've got the picture. It's a JPEG, but it's not a video. Just so you know, I know that you've just resent that over, but that is a JPEG picture. I can read what you sent me, but that's not a video. Right. Jean said, Daze, you being live a couple of times today is dope. Thank you, but yeah, no dramas. I enjoy hanging out and talking wrestling. Aaron said, I've loved AEW from day one, and I always will. Yeah, there's lots of people that enjoy it. I honestly, listen, I'm quite comfortable with saying it's not for me, or at least it wasn't for me. But it is for others, and that shows in the ratings that there is a fan base, there is interest, there are people that like it. So, yeah, great. The way I look at it, genuinely, honestly, hand on my heart, the way I look at it is like music. I've been very fortunate where I worked in music retail, right? So I'm very fortunate in that I have worked with music, which I love. I love music, right? I love wrestling. I love music. But, you know, you've got like metal, which I've never really got on with, to be honest, right? Like screaming and shouting and all that stuff, yeah? Sometimes if you're in the right mood, it can, you know, you can maybe lean that way. But by and large, there's loads of kids that look like goths, and that's just their lives, yeah? They're only interested in metal and that kind of deathcore and all that stuff, yeah? But then you get someone come in looking for the latest folk music releases, right? They'd be horrified if you went, oh, we haven't got any folk, but we do have deathcore, right? We do have industrial metal. Is that of any interest to you? Or you get some people coming in looking for the latest guitar band. Or, you know, some kids from school come in, they're looking for the latest pop sensation, yeah? You know, if you got whoever, Olivia Rodrigo or whatever, yeah? And then you'll get some people coming in because the new Daft Punk's album's out. I mean, the idea that there should only be one wrestling company or there should only be one style of wrestling, you know, I don't subscribe to that. I never have subscribed to that. I don't subscribe to that. I think there is people out there that enjoy AEW, and that's great. I mean, to me, it's exactly the same as me struggling with classical music, right? I like a few pieces of classical music, but if I was to have an evening in, I'm not putting classical on. You know, I might put on some Bob Dylan, I might put on some Marvin Gaye, I might put on some Stevie Wonder, I might put on, I don't know, Pink Pantheress, I might put on, you know, whatever like the kind of latest thing is that's grabbed my attention. It's probably not classical, though. There's people that only listen to classical music out there, you know. I mean, it'd be really dull if we all just listened to the same thing, watch the same thing. There's things that I didn't like when I was young that I like now. There's things I didn't appreciate when I was a certain age that I really appreciate now. You know, as I was growing up, I didn't know anything about cricket, couldn't stand cricket. If it was on TV, I'd turn it over. Whereas now I absolutely love watching England in the cricket. I've been to watch them live, you know. So it's like, yeah, for me, like wrestling is exactly the same as that. That's why for me, if people want to watch deathmatch wrestling or they want to watch supernatural lucha underground wrestling, like, yeah, fine. You want to watch someone wrestling an inflatable doll, then okay. There might be others that want to do that as well. So for me, I don't subscribe to there should only be one form of wrestling or whatever. I sort of feel like it's good that there's lots of different ways that you can do wrestling. There's lots of different things That variety, I think, keeps wrestling interesting. But what I would say is that I would not want to see some of those things come into WWE. You know, I think WWE have got a style. They've got things that they're kind of associated with. You know, they will do this, but they won't really do that. I mean, you're not really going to see someone wrestle a tent in WWE or wrestle a blow-up doll in WWE. You're not going to see someone get a pizza cutter out, yeah? Or a syringe and do, like, you know, stuff like that during a Hell in a Cell match. I mean, you know that they'll go far, but they ain't going to go that far. So for me, like, I like knowing what I'm gonna, where the parameters are with WWE. I like what they've given me over the years, and there's times where we've kind of stepped out of that. Of course, there's times where we've pushed those boundaries, but by and large, you kind of know what the WWE style is. So there's definitely room for stuff outside of that. So I think the healthiest way to look at it is like music, as I said. It might not be that all these styles are for you, but do they need to be for you? Probably not. Just like how they don't need to be for me. Just like with music. You don't need to like everything. It's there if you want to. You don't have to listen to it all, though. Bones, I can see that a file has now come through. This is a very exciting development. Bones has sent a video through. Oh, actually, can I play it this way? That would be good if I could. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Here's Bones.
Hello, Daze and community. I just wanted to do a real quick video and say thank you for the nomination to the Hall of Fame. And thank you to everybody who voted for me. I really appreciate it. It was a humbling experience to even be nominated, and I really do appreciate it. To everybody that was nominated with me, congratulations on the nominations. I'm sure everyone will be inducted at some point. I really do appreciate everybody. I love the community, enjoy our interactions, and I hope that 2026 continues to be a good year for all of us. And I'll see you guys on the streams. Thanks again. Bye.
There we go. Bones, thank you, my friend. Nice, simple, straight to the point, and a pretty sick Wyatt Sicks shirt as well. For those that are members, you will have seen that Bones has got a fantastic collection of wrestling figures, wrestling memorabilia. He's got some really fun items, and yeah, Bones has been a massive help on that side of the channel, jumping in and joining us on live quizzes and sending in a few videos and bits and bobs. So, you know, I think, you know, that has been so appreciated by people that I think it's great that Bones has sort of been rewarded with this kind of recognition. So, Bones, I massively appreciate it. It seems like the community has massively appreciated it as well, and it is very, very much deserved. So many congratulations to Bones and Lisa, who both go into our Community Hall of Fame for December. Of course, we will be looking to add more people to the Hall of Fame. One person goes in each month, so people are going to have to start thinking about who is next. Right, Hannah said, Daze, I think WWE will go to Italy for Backlash, Rumble for Saudi, Crown Jewel in Portugal, Clash in Castle for Ireland, WrestlePalooza in Sweden. Thoughts? I don't see us doing that many international shows. I think that we could do a couple. I don't know that we're going to do all of that. That's a lot in Europe. Portugal, Ireland. Isn't there a rumoured Italy one as well? Yeah, Italy, Portugal, Ireland. That's a lot in Europe. Oh, and Sweden. Italy, Portugal, Ireland, Sweden. Are they really going to do 4 shows in Europe? I've got to think unlikely. But I think that Italy has been rumoured. I haven't really seen anything else, though, at the moment. I've seen a rumour for Italy. Clash is normally an international one, isn't it? So I wonder where that will go. I think Ireland would be fantastic for that, actually. I think Ireland more than deserves a PLE. You know, whenever we do one of these kind of European shows, there's always a really good amount of support from Ireland. So, yeah, that would be fantastic, actually, to get one over in Ireland and give the Irish a chance. And you know that would be sick as well. I mean, honestly, one thing the Irish are known for is a good time. Could you imagine how loud that crowd would be? I mean, genuinely, I think we've got some that could rival the French. I think the Irish could definitely rival the French when it comes to noise and atmosphere. So I'm definitely happy to sign my name down for the Irish getting a PLE. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think there will be a good chunk of international shows. Whether Europe gets all of those, though, not sure. King Gamer said, Daze, I was wondering, is the best way to push Ober and Trick to be in the next Cena, Lesnar, or an Batista that they are put into the main event scene? Cena did, and it worked. Well, that's not true. I mean, Cena was prototype, wasn't he? Cena actually had a rough start to his time on the main roster. That prototype character was about to get cut, and it was only the rapping that Stephanie heard, which then took us into Thugonomics, that resulted in Cena actually then starting to, find his feet and actually find some forward momentum. So Cena actually struggled in the early stages of his main roster run, and Undertaker just the other day said that he didn't think Cena was going to make it. He was like, I was wrong. He said there's two people that come to mind that I didn't think were going to make it. One was John Cena, the other was The Rock, and he was like, I was pretty off on both. He said when The Rock came out at Survivor Series with that kind of Rocky Maivia character, Undertaker was like, oof, sheesh, like, I'm not sure this is going to work for this, kids. But Rock found a way, of course, as did Cena. So actually, ironically, Cena had a bit of a rough start to his time, as did Stone Cold, as did The Rock, as did Hogan. Like, actually, a lot of these people have a very difficult start. Hogan's start was rough because he was a heel in the 70s in WWE. And actually, Vince's dad said to Hogan, if you do Rocky, you're done. You know, it's not good for a wrestler to go into movies because we're trying to convince people that wrestling is real. So all of a sudden, if you go into movies and start doing acting and you're good, what's going to stop people thinking you're just acting in the ring? And that was his concern. And you can sort of see some sense to what he's saying. But obviously, Hogan didn't want to let an opportunity like that pass him by, and so he left. And so he ended up leaving. He did Rocky. He then went to the AWA. That's technically where Hulkamania starts. And then, of course, whilst all that's happening, Vince's son, Vince, that we know now, takes over and identifies Hogan as the person he wants, and so brings him back. But the idea that, like, Hogan was Hogan, babyface, Hulkamania from the very beginning is not correct. The idea that Cena was Super Cena and the Cena we know now from the beginning is not correct. And the idea that Stone Cold was the badass he was from the very beginning is not correct. He was the ringmaster. The idea that The Rock was charismatic and captivating from the very beginning is not correct. He was Rocky Maivia, right? So actually a lot of these big names that we know took a little bit of time to get going. So, I mean, what I would say about Ober and Trick is you don't need to move quick. I'd actually be really hesitant to do that. The reason for that is not because I want them to go slow and get buried. The reason for that is because we've got lots of time. And one of the secrets of booking, of, like, you know, actually building someone is to delay the fans getting what they want. So if the fans want something, don't just give it to them, because then the fans will move on to wanting something else. I mean, the fans always want, right? That's the truth. The fans always want. So if you give them something, they move on to them wanting something else. So this is why fans want Jericho back, right? I mean, Jericho was kind of laughed at a few years ago when he was in AEW. I mean, he looked out of shape. His matches were not very good. There was conversations, people were like, has he thrown his career away? You know, some of the stuff he was doing was a bit cringe. I don't know. But now fast forwards, he's now available. And now all of a sudden people are desperate for Jericho to come back to WWE. I think the truth is when he comes in, there's every chance that it just is a bit flat. I don't think his match quality is going to be very good. I don't know what shape he's going to be in, but at his age, physically, it's going to be very difficult. Really, the one thing he's got is star power and his talking ability, right? But that's going to have to carry a lot of weight, to be honest with you. His star power and his ability to cut promos is, and, you know, any fun gimmick that he's got, that is going to have to carry the weight. If any of that falls short, if any of that does not land, he's in a bit of trouble, because match quality wise, it's really hard to see him being able to put on bangers in 2026. So, you know, people want him. I think he'll come in. I think he'll scratch that itch. And then, honestly, I won't be shocked if it kind of just settles down and just sort of, you know, Jericho's back. This is great. It'll be interesting segments, but it's not, oh my God, this is amazing. You know, it's a bit like AJ Lee. People wanted AJ Lee back. And, you know, she's been fine. I mean, you know, that match at WrestlePalooza was fine. Her involvement at Survivor Series was fine. Some of her promos she's done have been fine. But, I don't know, it's not been earth-shattering, has it? It's not been like, I mean, we haven't seen a great deal of her, to be honest. I'm still very much on the hype train. I'm still very much interested in her work. But, again, it's a bit like the Wyatt Sicks. Got excited for them. That's been a bit mids. I think the truth is fans want things. And as soon as they get it, they move on to them wanting something else. I mean, you've had AJ Lee. You've had, like, all these things. And now people still want Jericho. People still are like, what surprises could we get on this show? People always want surprises. They always want something. OMG moments every show. Surprises. All this kind of stuff, right? You just can't. It's hard to, like, satisfy a wrestling fan. They just want. So I think when you've got someone like Ober and Trick, who I think right now a lot of people want them to be successful, want them to be champions, I think it's okay to just slow it down, take your time. There's so much TV time. We got 3 hours of Raw. 2.5 hours of Raw, 3 hours of SmackDown. We got a PLE every month. We're in WrestleMania season. I mean, they're just starting out on their journeys. It's not like they're 45 or anything like that. I think both of them, age-wise, are in a really good place. Femi is 27 years old. It's 27 years old. You can go until you're like 45. Femi, no joke, could have 20-year career. He could have 20 years from now. I mean, he's 27. In 20 years' time, he will be 47. I mean, that is fine. That's how old is CM Punk right now? CM Punk right now is 47. In 20 years' time, Femi is going to be the age that CM Punk is right now. There is no fire, right? There is no mad rush. The only thing you just need to be careful of is you don't want him to cool to the point where people stop caring about him. So I would say there's no rush to get him to the title. But what I would say is whatever you do with him, make sure he's well presented. Make sure you're building that aura. Actually, what you want is people wanting him to be champion, wanting him to get... Don't give it to them. Hold it back. Make it frustrating. Get people like, why aren't they pulling the trigger on Obafemi? When are they going to see that Obafemi is someone we need to invest in? And, you know, get people like that. That's a good thing if people are there. Get them frustrated. Get them wanting it, because then when you give it to them, it is so satisfying. It's more satisfying than just the person getting there straight away, easy, simple, no obstacles, just boom. I mean, to be honest with you, look how flat it's been with Stephanie Vaquer getting to a world title. She came up, got to her world title. I don't even feel like we've really celebrated that much. She just got there and got it. And it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like we really did her dirty by doing that, because it's just been mid, really. I don't think she was necessarily ready for it. I don't know if they really had many good feuds lined up for her. She's had a match with Nikki and it underwhelmed. I think the stuff she's been doing with Raquel has not really massively hit. I don't think like there was great opponents lined up. Just seemed to get to the title quite effortlessly. Whether that was the plan or not, I'm not sure. I mean, don't forget Naomi was meant to be around, and then Naomi fell pregnant and plans had to change. And so maybe we went down a road we were not planning on going down. But I don't know. I feel like we've done her a little bit dirty by not making that a bigger deal, building it more. And she just kind of got there quite comfortably. I would say there's no fire. He's going to have a potential 20-year career. He's going to be a massive star. I think I would focus on building his aura, bringing him out, making sure not only the hardcore fans, but those casual fans that only tune in once in a while, getting everyone on the same page with looking at Oba and going, oh yeah, okay, this guy, this is the guy. I need to see him in that main event pitch. Oh, imagine him against Roman. I mean, we can have these conversations now. There are people out there that have not even seen him yet. There's people out there that only tune in for the Rumble, only tune in for WrestleMania. They only tune in for the PLEs. They won't have seen Obafemi. So we need to introduce him to those people, get them people on board, get this kind of groundswell of support going. And that just takes a little bit of time. It's just a process, you know, rather than putting a belt on him before anyone's really had a chance to see him. So many people don't watch NXT. NXT is the developmental brand. And we're hardcores. It's so hard for us to kind of bear in mind that there is a lot of casuals out there that just watch the odd show or, yeah, I've heard of Obafemi. I've not seen him, but I've heard of him, you know. And so we need to get everyone on the same page, get them excited, get him like where people want to see. For me personally, I don't mind him going for the world title at SummerSlam. That would be around August normally, traditionally. That's about 8 months in, isn't it? So that would be in about 8 months' time. That would be the quickest I would want to move, to be honest with you. I certainly wouldn't do anything at WrestleMania. I think at WrestleMania, put him in a good feud. Put him in there with someone credible. Give Oba the win. Build him up, yeah? That would give him a good Rumble where he eliminates a load of people. Give him a good opponent for WrestleMania. Don't know who that would be, but like, you know, a Solo Sikoa if Solo was more credible. You know, that kind of a thing. Have Oba win. Braun Strowman would have been good because you could beat Braun and have Oba go over Braun. We sort of did something similar with Jacob. And, you know, that way he looks good in the Rumble, looks good at WrestleMania, maybe then starts setting his sights on that top title, maybe wins King of the Ring, maybe goes to SummerSlam, goes after that World Heavyweight Championship. That would be the very quickest I would want to move, personally. The other problem you've got is if you're going to do that with Oba, I don't know how you do that with Trick. I don't know how you can move that quick with Trick as well. I think Trick's going to have to wait. I think that he will get there, but I don't see how you can move that quick because there's just so many people around, isn't it? You know, you've got Cody as champ. obviously is defending against Drew tonight, but we know that we've got Damian, we've got Sammy, we've got all these people around. It's a very cluttered kind of scene at the top. And so there's just there's a lot of moving parts, man. There's a lot of people interested. Sammy desperate to get his hands on a world title. LA Knight is going to be coming back. Bron Breakker wants to get his hands on a title. It's just so crowded. So many moving parts, so many people that are trying to, climb that mountain. I think for Trick to just arrive and kind of be towards the back of the queue, he's going to have to do some stuff that gets him further up the queue. And if we move that quick with Oba, I just don't see how we can move quick with Trick. So he's going to have to wait even longer. So yeah, I mean, I like them both. They're both going to be big future stars. I don't know how old Trick is. I think he's a bit older, isn't he? 31? 31. I mean, to be honest with you, he's still got 15 years. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? When we're sat here watching WrestleMania 55, Trick Williams could absolutely still be part of that, as could Oba Femi. Not just part of it, but like main event scene. WrestleMania 55. We're at WrestleMania 42. But I mean, in 15 years' time, Oba Femi's going to be 42 and Trick Williams is going to be 46. And a reminder, CM Punk is currently 47. So, do you know what I mean? We have got so much time with these guys. That is why these guys are so exciting. That is why these guys are so exciting. Because we are going to have such a bright future with them. Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. They just said that there was a bit of an audio issue during the open of SmackDown. I didn't catch that. They said that the audio dipped out for about 10 seconds. I don't know. We were probably talking. I didn't pick up on it. It says WWE suffers major technical botch, and I was like, oh, what's this? What happened? I did not pick up on that. Right, Jay Lee, shout out to you, my friends. How long have we got time? Oh, we only got 20 minutes. My God. Let's try and get to some comments, shall we? Big Time said, Daze, there's a lot of next in line athletes from Evolve, LFG that were released last year. WWE is all they know. Now, I've not seen any of them in the indies. It's unfortunate that we don't give them more time. Yeah, you could be right. I mean, I think in regards to that, it's difficult because we're kind of new to Next In Line, aren't we? We haven't really been doing it very long. But Next In Line is where we go to the colleges, universities. We see some of that amazing athletic talent that, probably wanted to do football or basketball or something else. And we go, have you ever thought about wrestling? Yeah. And if it doesn't work out, if they dreamed of being a football, then maybe they'll turn their attention to wrestling as an alternative, right? Now, people are a bit down on that, and I can understand why. Because ideally, you would want everyone in wrestling to kind of want it as a first love, yeah? You'd ideally want everyone in wrestling to be big fans of wrestling as they were growing up. The point I've made in the past, which I think is a valid point, is wrestling doesn't find everyone. I don't know if my cousin hadn't introduced me to wrestling, I don't know when I would have found it. I don't know when I would have seen it. I don't know when it would have entered my life. It's funny, actually, because I was talking to my cousin who was over here at Christmas, right? And I said to him, I was like, did you ever watch wrestling at any time in your life? And he was like, yeah. When we was young and you used to come around to, our grandma's, he was like, you would show me some stuff. And I was like, so I'm the only person that's ever shown you wrestling? And he was like, yeah, I've never seen it apart from whatever you've shown me. And that was kind of mind-blowing to me, but also quite understandable, that if you don't really seek it, it just might not find you. And so a lot of people might have just lived their lives without it. They might have just lived their lives without it finding them, or they were aware of it, but they never gave it much time, you know? I'm aware of Stranger Things. I've never watched it. I could watch it and find it the greatest show in the world. But there's so many things in this world that take up your time. I've never given it time. You know, I'm sure many of you have gone back and listened to a certain album or something that you've kind of always been interested in or had an eye on. You listen to it and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And like, you just fall in love with it. You know, for me, like Marvin Gaye recently, What's Going On, his iconic album, I have listened to the odd track from it and enjoyed it, but there was a poll that came out not long ago, and that came out as #1 again, and I was like, I need to listen to this album. And so I sat down and listened to it, and it's amazing. And I was aware of it. I'd never given it the time, and so actually sitting down and doing that and going, okay, yeah, no, I get this now. I get why this is like so highly regarded. All of a sudden, I'm loving Marvin Gaye and loving that album in particular. And then when you look into it, people are like, oh, well, if you like that, check this out. And you go down a bit of a rabbit hole. And there's going to be people out there that have not done that with wrestling. So for me, this next in line talent, if they decide after watching wrestling, okay, we'll give this a go, hopefully it grabs them then at that point, of course. I don't think it's right to be snobbish about when people get into wrestling or when they find wrestling, or when wrestling grabs them. The ones that I would be concerned about would be those that decide to get into it because it's well paid, and even when they're in it, they still don't really care for it. I don't know if that is anyone in particular. I don't know who that would be, right? I don't have any names or anything like this, right? Those would be the ones that would concern me. I don't have any evidence that that's happening, though, yeah? But for me, this next in line stuff is all new. We've never done it before. We're kind of in uncharted waters. So how long do you give people? And if there are people that are quite clearly not engaged because wrestling is just not for them, they tried it and it doesn't work, I think it's fine. At that point, go, thanks. I think we're done here. I don't think this is ever going to work. Perhaps you do have to call it quits a bit earlier with some of those people because they're not coming into it from a place of love. And maybe it just doesn't grab everyone, Perhaps some people get in and you can tell their heart's not quite in it. I don't know. Without being there and knowing and seeing what the trainers see, I think it's hard to kind of really comment too much on it. But one thing I will say is there is so many people signed to the PC. We've got people coming in from the indie scene. We've got people coming in from tryouts. We've got people coming in from next in line. We're still going out and bringing in people from like AEW, like we did with Ethan Page, like we did with Ricky Saints. Apparently we're interested in David Finlay from New Japan. We was interested in the Knockout Brothers from New Japan as well. We've had people come in like Inamura from Noah. So, then you got the AAA talent and TNA talent in that partnership. There is so many people that are around. I sort of feel like you need to really be into this, and you need to show that you want this, and you need to be engaged, and you need to be making progress, because we are not spoiled for options. We are not struggling to find people that want the opportunity. And I'd imagine there's a long list of people that are waiting as well. So I do agree with you, like, where is that line, and should we give them more time, whatever. But equally, I think we have got so many people on the books. The truth is, only a very small percentage of those are going to make it. And so if you can find a way of going, this person ain't making it, if here's a word of advice, go to the indies, give it a go. And if it works out, we will look to bring you back. If they then decide they're not going to do that, then perhaps it was never right in the first place anyway, So it's hard, and it should be hard. I mean, we're talking about the premier professional wrestling company in the world. I don't think it should be easy. I think in getting to WWE and certainly getting to that main roster, it should be like a winning lottery ticket where you have got the skills. Yeah, you are undeniable. If we make it easy to get to the main roster, if we just allow anyone to get there, then the standard drops, doesn't it? I mean, you should be somewhat special to get to that main roster. And I think if we can do that, protect that, achieve that, then hopefully that just makes Raw and SmackDown even better, doesn't it? Because you are the creme de la creme. You are the best of the best. Rather than, come on in, anyone can make it. You know, we should have some sort of quality control. That's what I was looking for. Keep the dream. Shout out to you, my friends. Said, are you doing anything for your 10-year milestone? It's a great channel. Wrestling YT Spaces stacked. Oh yeah, wrestling YouTube is massively stacked. I'm not doing anything special, no. I was thinking of doing something, but I don't really have any ideas. I think like a compilation video might be just quite nice. A quick little look back over the years. But I wouldn't even know where to start with that, to be honest. That feels like a massive project. I mean, there's over 7,000 videos on the channel. So trying to pull together those kind of moments, I think, would be challenging. Not impossible, but that's, I mean, over 7,000 videos on the channel. So yeah, no plans, but I don't know. If I find, like, you know, a good few hours and I feel like it's worth doing, then I might do something. But no, I think for me, I'm more focused on moving forward and more focused on where we are right now. I mean, I really love kind of where the channel is at the moment. I think the streams, I'm so appreciative of people that join us and love talking about wrestling. This is what I love doing. This is what I always wanted to do. So actually these live streams, this is why a second stream for me is no trouble, because this is great. I mean, this is a pleasure to be able to sit here and just talk about wrestling. That's what I'm here for. I know there's others that want to get famous and want to, you know, interview wrestlers and all that stuff. I just want to talk wrestling. And I said that in the stream earlier. So I love doing that. So the streams are not going anywhere. I think we've tweaked Unseen, and hopefully that is going to still deliver what people want, which is a bit of a news roundup, yeah? I think there are other places that do that. I don't know if they include as many stories as what we do. I do try to pack it. And so I think it gives you like a real good overview of not only the news, but what the latest rumors are as well. So I feel like that works. Opinions video gives you guys a chance to have your say on the second channel. That works. The fun videos are going to start. So that's the fun folder, just kind of having more room to breathe. And that was always my favorite folder. And I think that's what's been missing from the channel is fun. Like some fun videos. You know, rather than having to click on Unseen and skip to the fun folder, now it's just a whole fun video that hopefully is going to be a little longer, about 10 minutes, on a regular basis. And even if you've not been watching the channel, hopefully that's going to be a series of videos that you can go back and enjoy. You know, because hopefully what is funny today will be funny next year and the year after and the year after, you know. Hopefully you could go back in Unseen, watch the fun folder and still enjoy it, regardless of when it dropped. So I think that's something that's really been missing. So if I look at, like, you know, opinions videos, unseens, fun videos, streams, reaction clips, which are easy to do just whilst I'm watching the show, I think it's all great. I think all of that is really good, and I think we're doing some good stuff on the members side. There's stuff going on there as well. So I feel quite happy with where things are, but just, you know, a little tweak over Christmas to bring the fun stuff out and give it its own space. But Yeah, I think I'm more looking forward than I am like looking back. But yeah, it is true. I don't even know when the anniversary is, actually. I might have missed it. I don't know. It was in January. It is in January that the channel will be 10 years old. It was January 2016 that the channel started, which is amazing because I'm only 21, which means this channel started when I was 11 years old. That is shocking, isn't it? That is shocking. Kieran, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And same with Jaylee as well, firing in some gifted memberships. And we've got Zila Malone. Welcome, my friends. Appreciate it. Richard said, Daze, it's Richard's. I've done one thing on my bag list. I've climbed Pen y Fan in Brecon, Wales. I think Jericho is going to be number 30 in the Rumble. You could be right, my friends. You could absolutely be correct. I do think Jericho comes in. I do think he comes in the Rumble. I do anticipate that. And I think there is an opportunity for him to be number 30 as well. Can't say that it is guaranteed or for sure or anything like that, but I feel good about him being in the Rumble. Number 30 is an interesting shout. It could be. Right, Daze, here's an interesting one, said Dean. Let's go. Is there any superstar you've changed your mind about over the years? You like now, but you don't or didn't and do now? Yes. And the first name that comes to mind is Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan was someone that I struggled with because I felt she came up too soon. So she came up with Riot Squads, and she was not great in the ring. She was not great on the microphone. She was in Riot Squad, and that kind of papered over any kind of areas of development that she needed because, you know, she wasn't always wrestling. Sometimes it'd be Ruby or Sarah Logan. She wasn't always on the microphone. Sometimes it would be Ruby or Sarah Logan. But she'd get, you know, a few moments here or there as you know, she got a bit of time. And then, of course, that group split up and she went off on her own. And to be honest, she struggled. I mean, she didn't know her character. They didn't really know her character. I remember her at the end of 2019 interrupting Rusev and Lana and her saying that she had feelings for Lana. Do you remember this? Do you remember when she came down during that wedding and was it? I can't remember if it was Rusev and Lana. It might have been Bobby and Lana or something. But there was a wedding right at the end of 2019 and Liv made her way down and revealed that she had feelings for Lana and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I don't even know what we're doing here. I don't even know what this is. This just feels like it's shocking for the sake of being shocking. There was no setup to this, or what are we doing here? What is this, right? I mean, it was just bonkers. I mean, that really summed up 2019, actually. And so, yeah, I kind of struggled with her. And I remember her during the pandemic. You know, I mean, obviously there was no crowds around. Again, you know, she would do her promos and it would be flat. And you'd sort of watch her matches and you were like, it's just not, I mean, all her match scores were just nothing special. And honestly, I mean, really, she did show improvement in ring, and you know, but it wasn't until she came back and did that Liv Morgan Revenge tour. It wasn't until we did that it just clicked. And I think that the big difference was, she said in an interview, she found her character, she found her purpose. You know, everything could suddenly snap into focus. Everything made sense. There was someone to go after. There was a reason to cut promos. You know, the intensity in her matches. There was purpose now. I remember us going through a period where, honestly, we were trying to make her like a Jeff Hardy type character. Do you remember where we had her doing sort of like extreme matches and she would grab tables from under the ring and she would do like some, you know, jumping off the ring post to the outside and putting someone through a table. And it felt like we were trying to make her a bit of a daredevil. We were trying to make her edgy. she was going to be this generation's leader. We were just directionless. We were just, honestly, we didn't have a flipping clue what we were doing. But then, you know, she comes back, does that revenge tour, steals Dominic away. It all snaps into focus. And, you know, she just rocketed up in my estimation. So she went from being someone that got brought up early, was directionless, creative that we tried, just kept failing. And I just couldn't get on board, to someone that found her purpose and, yeah, just rocketed up. So I you know, I have no qualms with watching Liv now. I think that her character work is actually fantastic. I think that she's brilliant at that. And again, she's still so young that, you know, she's got such a bright future. Liv, I don't even know how old she is. She's still in her 20s. Liv Morgan is 31. Again, in 15 years' time, she could still be competing at WrestleMania at the age of 46. I mean, no problems with that whatsoever. So, yeah, she would be the first name that would come to mind of someone that I was just really not on board with, struggled with. But actually now I really rate her. And, you know, a lot of that is to do with growth, development, evolution, certainly in her character. But, yeah, bright future. Daze, there's an interesting question. Yeah, that was good. That was a good question. Who was the first wrestler that you saw as a kid, said Benny? Well, the first show I remember watching was Survivor Series 92. And the first match that I specifically remember is Big Boss Man against Nails. And it was a policeman against a prisoner. And I remember having no idea what this was. I'd seen boxing before, but this was not boxing. This was a prison officer against a prisoner. And the other added stipulation was if you got the nightstick first, you could use it. And I just remember being so confused, like, is this what they do in America? Is this just a one-off, or what is this? Like, why is the prisoner in there with the prison officer? And I watched, and I was mesmerized because, well, you don't need any background, do you? That's a prison officer. That's a prisoner. They're fighting. I sort of feel like I should know who the good guy is, right? Should be the prison officer. Should be. And I was just, my mind was just blown. Just absolutely blown. And then later on that same show is Undertaker against Kamala. Can you imagine what that did to my brain? Can you imagine what Undertaker versus Kamala in a casket match did to my brain? Survivor Series 92, main event of that is Shawn against Bret, you know. Like 5 years before the Montreal Screwjob at the exact same event. It is pretty random, actually, that that is the main event. Right, okay, we are underway. We have got the show beginning. Now, this show is 2 minutes 53. This is going to be a problem because that means that there's only 7 minutes missing. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? Where's those 7 minutes? I mean, I'm guessing they're commercial breaks, but when do I have to pause? Because I ain't going to have to pause for all of them, am I? Otherwise, there'd be more than just 7 minutes missing. There's going to be more than just 7 minutes worth of adverts tonight, I promise you. Although, hour 3 is commercial free, apparently. So that's what they said on the show. Right, we are underway. We are live. The 3 stages of Hell match is going to be our main event tonight. No surprises with that. And Randy Orton is opening the show. Right. Daze, I'm not going to place my opinion for the good of the community. William, shout out to you. The breakdown videos are awesome, says Plum Girl. Love the new unseen. And the time Daze takes for the sex stream. Plum Girl, shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be doing our opinion videos after this. I didn't do it after the first one, so I wouldn't have had time to have recorded it and got it up and everything. So we did the breakdown. I did make sure that the thumbnail and the title didn't reveal anything. Right, we have got Alexa. Are we in sync? Unfortunately, the chat is moving on screen, but it is not moving here. Are we running it back, said WWE Army. Yes. We're doing one of them. Right, where are we? I've got Wade and I've got Joe at the commentary table. Brony said you're ahead of me. Where are you at the moment? Joe and Wade. Yeah, I'm at Joe and Wade's. I'm on Alexa now. You're well off. Daze, Ty Mello was someone that didn't know wrestling but was contacted by WWE and she moved countries. It didn't work out, but she met Sammy in AEW and is now married. Yeah. Right, here we go. Here's Randy. Patriarchy Patriot, shout out to you, buds. Okay, I've got Randy coming out. Bones says we are in sync. Baby, bye, 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 bye. That's one of theirs, isn't it? Haven't they got a puppet one as well, that band? Oh, yeah. There is the decibel reader in the corner. Live and loud. Do you know, they are loud, but it's weird because that decibel reader, it doesn't shoot up that much. You know, when the crowd are just sort of quiet, it's about 99. And then when they shout, they talk to me, it goes to like 105. It doesn't drastically move that much. Only goes up about 5%. You're telling me that crowds, when they shout, they talk to me, only increase their volume by 5%. You're a liar, sir. You're a liar. I am not buying that. I do not believe that crowd only gets 5% louder. I forgot about that, security guards. Sat on the barricades, staring at the crowds, looking very unprofessional. That's Germany for you, to be honest. We shouldn't be surprised. That is Germany. Daze, thanks for doing the stream, says Mr. Stormy. Mayor Pete said, I'm sure it might just be how the arena is mic'd. They need to mic it better, don't they? I don't believe that crowd only get 5% louder during those moments. And if you're not going to mic it right, don't bother having the decibel reader. Randy in the ring. Going over to the... oh, he's big, isn't he? He's big. He's a big boy. That's what she said. Black Onyx says, RKO everybody. Patriarchy Patriot said, I'm a lurker. Welcome. Dean said, will you do live streams from Raw or SmackDown? Nah. I don't really get how that would work, to be honest, because I've never understood this. I mean, I've been told that there are other channels that like play the audio and stuff, and like I don't really get that from a copyright point of view. I mean, normally if you play music during a video or something, like a theme song, that's an instant copyright strike. That's an instant, like, you know, flag. So if I was there live, I don't know what I would do when like entrance music happened, or someone's cutting a promo, or I don't know, man. Plus, every time I've been in an arena, the Wi-Fi's awful. It was, well, certainly at the O2. Might be better now. Last time I went to the O2 was 2019. Randy Chance. Randy. Don't get me started on the O2 Wi-Fi, says Martin. Flame said you can do the audio, but you just wouldn't get the revenue from the stream. Oh, it doesn't make anything anyway. I think you get like for every like 1,000 views, you get like a $2 or something like that these days. So if you do like 10,000 views, it's probably worth about $20. Honestly, it sucks. It sucks. It's rubbish. It's better than nothing, though, isn't it? I suppose. And I am not playing audio because I'm going to keep that $20. Yeah. Right, Trick Williams making his way down. Mr. Hankey said, "Are you going to London next week?" No. I'll be here streaming. Live, laugh, love. That's what I'll be doing. That trick. Okay. Randy in the ring. Let me stop you right there. No spoilers in the chat. I think some new people have jumped in. Let's be real. A new star has arrived and his name is Trick Williams. I'm not a fan of this tape down here. I don't know why he does it. See, it's a nice delivery and it's a nice line, but there's not really anything there that makes you go, oh. So, Trick's in there. 6'5", 250 pounds. Here's Randy. You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. I'm 6'5" and I'm 270. He said he's got a smoking hot wife. That is going to win him some bonus points at home, innit? When I look at you, I see a star. No doubt about it. You chose to come out here and interrupt me. Crowd are chanting RKO. Trick's got Hollywood written on his backsides. You say I haven't got the brains coming out here interrupting, but I'm out here to brush up against one of the greatest. This ain't the year of the Viper. It is true. That was a dumb thing to do. Never turn your back on the Viper. I'm going to let that one pass. Gotta tell you, man, I think Randy's a touch taller than Trick, you know. There's not, I love that moment. I flipping love that moment. Trick knocks that microphone out his hands. And as it goes flying, he goes... You can even see the moment where he goes... Like, actually reacts like, oh, someone gets hit with that microphone. And I have still not seen footage on that. I have still not seen footage. There's got to be some fan footage that shows what the hell happened to that microphone. Miz jumps in, so Trick gets dealt with. He goes outside the ring. That is the number one thing that I want to find. The number one thing I want to find is footage of what the flip happened to the microphone. Okay, Miz gets RKO'd. Miz gets dealt with. Randy is a monster, said K-Dub. Miz has got a death wish. Trick was shook. He definitely launched that mic. Yeah, to be honest, he was probably just meant to knock it out and it just go to the floor. I think he knocked it out and it just went... And do you know what? Because it's a microphone as well, it would have been brilliant if we could have heard it smack someone in the head. Could you imagine if that had come across the sound system? Oh, Jesus Christ! That's got me in the eye! Like that. Ah! But we can't have good things, unfortunately. So we're left with a mystery as to what actually happened. But there we go. Randy gets out the ring. Trick Williams was dropped, but not RKO'd. Miz was laid out. Randy just signing a few things for the fans. And making his way up the entranceway. Mr. Unfamiliar said WWE has been accused of deceptive marketing with the ESPN launch, and there's a new lawsuit. Here's Rey Fenix. Not sure about the cape, to be honest, and I'm not sure about the entrance. The entrance looks like a kid being an aeroplane. Woo! Woo! Coming into land. Coming into land. Landing gear being lowered. Stop doing it, Rey Fenix, please. You look silly. Woo! Woo! Kick his ass. Do me a favor, aeroplane man. Kick his ass. Woo! Woo! Okay, right. Well, we've gone to commercial break. Are you at commercial? Do I have to pause now? Or what the flip? Commercial break. Have you gone to commercial? I just don't even know what to do, man. I don't even know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm going to pause right now. We'll have to see when we're back from commercial what is on. In sync. Well, I've paused and we'll see. There was only 7 minutes that were missing, to be honest. Maybe it's this. Right. I watched Smackdown after work, said Dr. Luchalala, but there's going to be no spoilers. Sean, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shining Wizard said, just trust the chat. Well, I do. And so I've paused it. I've got a Domino's ad, said Jaylee. Okay. Okay. When I rewatched it, I skipped one of the matches. I'm not a fan of the entrance, and the airplane thing does look a little goofy. I just think you could have something a bit cooler, to be honest. I think you could definitely easily change that to something that looks a bit more impactful. I don't think his entrance is up there with Penta's, for example. Martin said, the show didn't finish dead on 3 hours. It says 2:53. Yeah, I know. That's why there's 7 minutes somewhere that I need to find. And it could be here, but it could be at any point over the next 3 hours, couldn't it? Or 2.5 hours. So it's really annoying, because if the video file said 3 hours, I'd just let it play. And then it would just be in sync, wouldn't it? But it's 2 hours 53. Ugh. K-Dub said, we need Lucha Bros already. What's the hold-up? Neither Penta or Rey are doing anything solo. Well, we was going to get Lucha Bros. They were going to appear at that AAA show over Christmas, but Penta got injured. He's back now, so I would imagine at some point in the near future, we will get them as a group. But to be honest, we're now starting to enter into WrestleMania season. So I don't know that the plans were for the Lucha Bros to be a team during WrestleMania season. So we're now obviously going to have to do whatever it was they had planned. The Lucha Bros reunion was just for AAA. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, at the moment, they are both back, but only just Penta came back not that long ago. I've got a Denny's ad now, said Jay Lee. Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Ant Be Ballin said, I got off work super early. I'm back today. Do you think WWE will ever do a PLE in Japan? Yes. I do think they will. I don't know the last time we did a big show in Japan. Would it be Beast in the East in 2015? Or did we do it? Have we done one since then? I know we did Beast in the East. That wasn't a pay-per-view, but it was a network special. But yeah, I mean, it's such a big, passionate wrestling audience and market. It's very hard to see us not going there and doing something. Replace Wade for Big E. They need to do PLE in Mexico City, says Mayor Pete. Bingo Blitz commercial, said let him in. Okay, we got all the commercials going on at the moment. We're still sat waiting patiently. WWE on Japan for what, says 107. Well, it's just, we've got a lot of Japanese wrestlers, haven't we? So we're back. Let's go. And I like going to different countries. It gives us a different taste, a different flavor. And Japan, they're certainly very knowledgeable about their wrestling. It's a very, very passionate wrestling country. Okay, I have got Trick and Rey in the ring. The bell has sounded, and we're about to get underway. So, I've got Trick in there with Rey. Crowd are chanting away. Trick just looking out at the fans. These two are about to lock up. They do lock up. And Trick drives Rey Fenix back. Draco said, I've got the same. Okay. I think we might be in sync. Yes. Okay. Let's go. Dr. Luchalala, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. 5 wrestling days gifted membership. We had loads gifted memberships earlier, which was so appreciated. Right now, Rey Fenix, middle of the ring. Lands on his feet. Trying to go through. 1, 2. That was a little close. Going over. Roll up. 1, 2. Right, here's D. How do you say this? DD? Oh, that was easy. There we go, DD. Daze, love the community. You are careful to not swear and keep the show family friendly. Except every time you use the Lord Jesus' name. You are cursing him, says Dee Dee. Yeah, that one's hard because I've just always done that throughout my life, that one. To be honest, I'm not a big swearer. Like, me not swearing is not really that difficult because I just don't swear in my normal life. When I was at work, maybe if I got really frustrated, like, you know, you might kind of rant a bit and say the odd word. But by and large, I'm not someone that kind of swears just naturally in my vocabulary. So it's not something I have to worry about trying to filter out. It doesn't, yeah, it's not a problem. But Jesus is something I do say quite a bit. You know, like, Jesus Christ. I can't really, that would be difficult to filter, to be honest with you, because I just sort of say it without thinking. So that one would be that one is just like in the heat of the moment saying it. Actually, if I did swear and it was a regular part of my vocabulary, I think I'd find it really hard to filter that out as well. Because I suppose you'd just say it without thinking, you know. But because I don't swear, it's not a problem. I don't struggle with that. Kick coming in by Trick. But what I would say is that I think they say that to go on YouTube, you should be like 13 years old. I think when you set up a YouTube account, one of the questions like checks, are you 13? If you are younger than that, there's like YouTube Kids. So really, you should already be of a certain age before you kind of come onto YouTube. I don't think YouTube is really the right place for anyone under that age. If you're going to go under that age, YouTube Kids. But I've never been on YouTube Kids. I don't know if that's just like nursery, preschool, or what age. I mean, I'd imagine that goes up to 12, I would imagine. Only because I think you have to be 13 to have an account. That's what I've always understood. So that's why, yeah, I don't swear. I don't naturally swear, but that's why I always think I'm not speaking to kids, or at least I don't feel like I should be. One of the other things recently with YouTube, well, a few years now, is every upload asks you, is this aimed at kids? Yes or no? And if you put yes, then it has big repercussions. Kind of, commercial break. Did I get it? Did I get it? We just had Rey getting hurled into the ring steps on the outsides. And I think we might have gone to commercial. It's picture in picture. Oh, my God. Well, I don't think I've got picture in picture because they were on the outside of the ring and then magically they just appeared in the ring. So I've paused. Picture in picture, I've paused because we were outside the ring and then magically we just got in the ring. Guys, I paused. I don't know if I've done a good thing or a bad thing. We're going to find out. Once we're back from picture in picture, we'll see where we are and we will get caught up. Yeah? So at the moment, we are underway with Trick Williams against Rey Fenix. This is match number 1. And we are very much underway. They're in the ring now. Oh. Okay. I don't know what that means. I mean, they're back in the ring, but are they back in the ring at the bit I'm at? Ugh. That might be where the 7 minutes went, said Shining Wizard. That is true. That is very true. Trick is doing a little bit too much. Needs to quit the showboating, says Denitria. Okay. I can see that. Daze, can I get a shout out, said Laxo. I've been a fan for like 12 years. Wow. Channel's only 10 years old. Laxo1103. Shout out to you. Laxo was supporting me 2 years before I even started this channel. That is support. That is serious support, which I really appreciate. Just coming to, where I was working in retail going, you can do it. You've got this. Yeah. And I'm there serving customers going, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Woo. Stock the shelves. Stock the shelves. Stock the shelves. Whoa! Let's go. Laxo. Appreciate it, but right, are we back from picture in picture yet? Dennis said my sister followed you. Where? Because that sounds crazy. Both are down right now, said Black Onyx. Daze, you was probably a fun co-worker. I actually don't know. I don't know what people would say on that. I think they would say yes. Some might say no. I don't know. I worked with a lot of people over the years because I worked in so many different stores. We're back! Right, where are we? Oh, my God. Okay, I've got Phoenix charging over. Oh, big shot there by Trick. Boom! Phoenix down. 1, 2. Kick out by Rey Fenix. So both guys down. Trick getting back up to his feet right now. 2 count. Oh, my God, maybe we are. Trick with an uppercut. Guys, we're in sync. Knee to the midsection. Right now, Phoenix over in the corner. Trick charging in. Super kick there by Phoenix. Phoenix rolling through, jumping up on the shoulders of Trick. Trick has got him. Is on the shoulders. Back elbows coming in there by Phoenix. Trick going over in the corner. Boom. Big boots by Rey Fenix. Guys, this is so exciting. This is so exciting. Somehow we are a good 28 minutes in and we are in sync. Never in my wildest dreams did I think this would happen. This is the best thing that's happened to me in 2026 so far. Right now we've got Trick in the corner. Are you wearing lemon pepper steppers today? Every day. I don't even know what they mean. I've never even heard of them. But I want some now. Oh, look at that. Down goes Trick. Rey Fenix, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Mike, shout out to you. Said maybe he's from the future. We can't rule it out. So he's been 12 years. In fact, that is true, actually. He might have been a fan of the next 2 years. Well, that's good, isn't it? Because that means I'm going to be around in 2 years. I mean, we never know what might happen in life, you know? I think we're all fearing World War III at any point, so, you know, if he is from the future, that means I'm around in a couple of years. That's great news. Here's Trick. Oh, big boot. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Rey Fenix. This match is actually doing better than I remembered earlier. Oh, big Uranagi. 1, 2. Kick out again. Kick out again. Daze, would you walk 500 miles? Dude, I wouldn't walk 5 miles. Let alone 500. I don't even know where that would get me. That's... A marathon is like, isn't that 28 miles or something for a marathon? It's like blooming 20 odd marathons. I don't know that I'll ever walk that in my life. Going up, down, chop coming in there by Rey Fenix. Daze, have you ever wrestled? Said Shining Wizard. No. No, I think if I was starting out life again, I could be really tempted to get into it. But when I was young, I don't know, man. I grew up in a town away from the big cities. There was no advertisements for any wrestling schools. I didn't even know wrestling existed until my cousin showed it to me. And then I was just watching it. And what I'm watching is people in America wrestling, you know? I mean, I'm in a little town in the UK. Like, it just doesn't feel... I know there's other companies, but, you know, to me, I was a WWE fan. So, I don't know. It did not feel like something that ever crossed my mind. I don't remember ever thinking as a kid, I'm going to do this. Everyone, I think, thought, oh, man, it'd be so cool to be a wrestler. I'm sure everyone thought that. But, no, it never felt like a realistic thing. It never even crossed my mind to try and see if I could get into it. I wouldn't even know how. How? Gotta remember when I was watching, kayfabe was alive and well. Yeah. I have no idea how you would get into WWE in the early 90s. I wouldn't know how you'd get in the late 90s, to be honest. Right, there we go. Trick Williams gets the win. He did grab a handful of tights. And that is very disappointing. We do expect better from Trick. But not a bad opening match. Okay, we are backstage with Byron Saxton and Julia. Kiana James is there as well. Hot. My title is back where it belongs. That's got to be a meme, hasn't it? Kiana says soon Julia is going to dominate this whole market. And Julia's there going... Julia said she's going to make an example out of Alexa. No, Arrivederci! Arrivederci! Okay. Coming up later tonight, Cody Rhodes. Drew McIntyre. Daze, do hash browns belong on an English breakfast? I believe so. I don't remember having them when I was young. Certainly not something we would have at home. But actually, if you go out and have an English breakfast, certainly if you go to Weatherspoons, I know they have them. I've been to other places where I've had an English breakfast out and they've added them as well. So I would say yes. I would say there's enough places that have them on that I feel like it does belong. Commercial break. Yes, I've got a WWE shop advert right now. I'm just going to ride this for a second. David said, if you don't like hash browns, I just don't trust you. I think that's fair. K-Dub said, Julia is Japanese and Italian. What a combo. Okay. Okay, I've paused. You guys, you've gone to commercial, haven't you? I don't know if you just saw that WWE shop adverts. I've just had that. That's what I've had. I don't feel like you guys have had it, though. Hash browns are so good. I had some this morning, says Ants. Denise said, yes, we did have that. Oh, my God. Guys, we are so in sync. This is the best. We saw the shop ad. Oh, my God. This is just the best. There is no way it's going to stay this good for the rest of the stream. This is basically heaven that we're in right now. Millennial said, I would love for the women's tag teams to be called No Touchy, No Feely. Yeah, I'm down for that. No Touchy, No Feely. Dr. Luchadala said, I enjoyed the new format for Unseen with separate community and fun folders. Well, I'm really pleased. I think that, that just gives it a bit more space. I would like that Unseen to be about 10 minutes. I think there's just so much news at the moment. I did one yesterday. It went 20-odd minutes. I mean, if I had to add in a fun folder, community folder and everything, I mean, that could be clocking in over 40 minutes. So I think that's a big commitment. So to just do, like, the news. And honestly, the news folder looks pretty full again. So it's probably going to be 15, 20 minutes again when I do Unseen later. So yeah, there's just so much going on at the moment. I mean, I think it's going to work better for WrestleMania season. You know, this time last year, I had a Raw folder or a Smackdown folder. I had news folder, I had an other folder, I had a fun folder, I had a community folder, I had thanks folder. I was trying to get it all into the one video, like a one-stop shop, which in my mind was a good idea. But I just think this is going to let things breathe a little bit more. So I'm glad you like it, but I think it'll really come good when we get going with the fun videos. Cleveland Brown said, can you have bangers without mash or vice versa? Oh, yeah. Sausages are part of an English breakfast. You don't really have mash in an English breakfast. So, yeah, absolutely. Anyone else think that the camera quality is smoother on SmackDown, said David. I don't know why. It could just be my Wi-Fi that is putting in some decent work. But the picture is crispy. This picture is crispy. Javon Evans is bouncy. It looks good to me, but then it always looks pretty good on Netflix, so no complaints. Plum Girl, appreciate it, my friends. Plum Girl firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Thank you, my friends. And we can see some of the people that have benefited from that. You know who to thank. Mayor Pete said at our local market, they've got Heinz beans in little snap pots, which are like single serving beans, and they're pretty decent. Yeah, Heinz beans are very popular here in the UK. They are part of an English breakfast. And obviously, them on toast, beans on toast, it's a winner. I'll take a lot of slander from you lot, but I'll hear nothing against beans on toast. That has got me out of many a pickle. Sometimes you just want something warm to eat. You can't be bothered to do anything. Beans on toast is super convenient. Full of fiber. Very tasty. It's there's a place reserved in my heart for beans on toast. Okay, they're waffling. Stop talking about beans, said Porky Pig. But they're showing me Vegas, and I don't care because I'm not going. There's so many adverts for getting tickets at WrestleMania. I'm not going. I want to opt out. I'm not interested. I'm going to watch WrestleMania, but I'm not going. I've already made that decision. I shouldn't be subjected to all of these adverts. We're in Berlin. We are back. Okay, we are looking at the ambulance match. Am I just a little bit ahead? We're a bit ahead. Trini said beans on toast is punishment and you don't even know it. It's why the English are always so indifferent. All the beans. Beans on toast is not a punishment. I think the truth is you don't deserve good things. You don't deserve good things. You're just going to have to stay in the Caribbean and suffer, yeah? Whilst I get to enjoy beans on toast in wonderful England. One of us is winning at life, yeah? Take that, Trini. We are synchronized. Pa, pa, pa. Laxo said, I'm done with beans. Done. It's over. The great bean split. The bean breakup of 2026. Okay, we're just looking at the ambulance match. The Rib said, not beans on toast talk again. We got this during the Olympic streams. Well, I haven't dragged us back to it. All I'm saying is that it's a great meal. That's all I've said. Okay, we're backstage with Damian Priest. And Bean Yun Saxton. That was awful. I see a lot of guys calling their shots. I want to join that party. Is going to call his shot. A bean burrito. Yeah, nice. Beans on toast. What in the... I have never heard of such a thing ever, said WrestleRants. Here's Drew. What kind of beans? Heinz beans. I don't know. I actually don't know what the bean type is. I don't know. What bean is in baked beans? I'll find out. What bean is used in baked beans? Baked beans, especially the classic, are primarily made from small white haricot beans. They're known as navy beans in the US. They're navy beans? Oh my God. Amazing. I'm eating military beans. I've been eating military beans my whole life. Navy beans? Okay, so Damien and Drew just had a little moment. Not like kissing or anything. Did you see last week that look on his face? When I set that picture on fire. There we go, Drew. Has got Dusty's watch. Dusty's watch, yeah. Navy beans. They're called pinto beans in the US. I don't know if they're the same ones. Maybe they are. So, Drew. Drew is hoping that he is going to frustrate Cody enough where Cody gets DQ'd. And then he'll just need one more fall. Okay, we've got Alexa. We have got Alexa. I would walk 500 miles and then I'd walk 500 more. Electric, shout out to you. Here is Nia. What's the matter with the Queen? Has she got the sniffles? What's your favorite breed preference for beans on toast? I like medium soft white bread. Guys, I am not the one keeping us on this beans on toast conversation. But to be honest, I'm not that picky. I do like to have some sort of... I need it to be white. I wouldn't want seeded or brown. I would want it to be white bread. Quite fluffy. I don't mind a bloomer. I mean, honestly. Bloomer would be nice. I saw someone having it on sourdough bread. And I don't know. That's a bit crunchy when it's toasted. I don't know. I just tend to go thick white bread, toast that, lovely. I feel like you want a good helping of beans. You want a nice thick bread. I've seen people put like brown sauce on top. I've never done that. I will put cheese on top. I've even been known to get some chicken slices, rip them up, put them on. I'm basically Gordon Ramsay. Bit of chicken. Cheese. Amazing. Bit of salt and pepper. That's salt and pepper. Yeah. Here is Julia. Yeah, one of the fans had a Lily doll and Julia was like that right in its face. Yeah, take that. Julia making her way down with Kiana. Are we still talking about beans? It seems that way. I have tried so desperately to get us off the topic. But it's just one of the most interesting conversations that the community ever has. That's how rubbish these streams are. The most interesting conversations we have are about beans on toast. Right. Cody with Finn. Why is Cody in that set now and not in the bus? What's that about? He's got like a set. I don't even know where that is. And why are they making Stephanie do hers under the stairs? She used to have a set and now she's lost it. Sydney Frida, and I still don't know who he is. We're at commercial. All right, okay, so you didn't have all of that podcast stuff, no? It wasn't much. It was only like, this is what's coming up this week on the podcast. Lash looks like she just came back from a Black Panther meeting. It's a bit of an odd outfit. No, okay. Well, you know me, I don't want spoilers or anything, but there is a chance when you come back from commercial break that there might be a rundown of the podcast lineup. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything else, right? That's all I'm going to say. Metal Mama said, I know you don't mean to because you are one of the only people with respect, but the clip spoiled it. Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't put any clips on YouTube, but to be honest with you, on social media, it was everywhere. It was absolutely everywhere. It was all. I was sat here kind of compiling the breakdown video for the breakdown video, like putting all the clips in. Wrestle Talk, Cultaholic, everyone was just putting stuff up about the show. So I think, honestly, you got to stay. I didn't want to put anything on this channel because I am trying to, keep it spoiler-free on here. But everywhere else, no one cared. The problem I've got is that if I delay the reaction clip from earlier, it's just going to be pointless. So it's a catch-22, honestly. It's one of those where I had to think hard about, do I do it? Do I not do it? But everyone was doing it. It was everywhere. I haven't put any reaction clip on here, though. And my breakdown video has not got any spoilers in the thumbnail or on the title. So, yeah, I had to really give that one some thoughts. But when I saw everyone just doing it and everyone just going with it, I was like, I don't know that I can wait. It's hard. It's just really hard, isn't it? It's just really, really hard. It is hard to avoid, says Ampy Ballin. Yeah, I was really torn. I had notifications on the Daze clips page. Oh, really? I didn't even think about that. I thought about notifications on YouTube. I thought about that. So I haven't put any reaction clips up on YouTube. I haven't had the thumbnail or anything. I stayed it all free. But all the other channels like Twitter and TikTok and all of that, I was like, I think that's probably fair game because everyone is just putting stuff all over on that. We're back. The East Coast, it's airing now. It doesn't air on the West Coast for a few hours. Yeah, that's another one as well, isn't it? Where people on the West Coast don't even get it now. So, but that's always a problem. California and that West Coast, waiting for them, that's another issue, isn't it? Big Time said, I've never been a breakfast guy. I just like coffee, but the people that have bacon, eggs, brown sausages, I've tried that and it's too heavy. Yeah, well, to be honest, an English breakfast, English people don't eat them that often. It tends to be like a Sunday thing, really. So on a Sunday when people get up and they're like, not at work that day, some people might be like, should we have an English breakfast? Should we do the eggs and the bacon and all of that? But I mean, you won't find too many English people that wake up each day and have that as their breakfast. To be honest, people ain't really got time. People get up and have cereal, toast, things along those lines. They don't get up and think about, I'm going to have a full English. Metal Mama said, I get it. I posted Big Brother live sleeve clips and got beep at each day. It is what it is. Well, look, of course, I massively apologize. I didn't think... I can't say I'm sorry for doing it because I did think about it. It's not a mistake. I really had to think, is it the right thing to do? And so I made a conscious decision to do it. So I can't really apologize for doing it when I made a conscious decision to do it. What I didn't think about was people having notifications turned on and actually then getting news coming through that they didn't want that way, which is weird because I thought about notifications for YouTube because I thought, don't put it on YouTube. And I didn't. But then, of course, you've kind of got caught out that way. So I would say probably take the notifications off because, which is a wild thing to say, isn't it? But I am going to say it because we're still in Europe, aren't we, for the next week or two? It just sucks, doesn't it? It does just suck. These international shows are a problem. It'll be lovely to get back. Thankfully, we are back. We've got 3 more shows. We got SmackDown, we got Raw, SmackDown, and another Raw. And then we're in Canada. So we got 3 shows. And then we're back. Daze jumped on the train. F the United States. It's 100% understood with the way we feel and live over here. Yeah, it was a political statement. That's why I did it. You're right. Right, okay. I don't even know where we are right now, but I got Alexa starting, yeah? We're underway. Okay, I think we might be in sync still. We might be in sync. Right now, we've got Julia. Mount Mama said, you know I'm just joking. Oh, no, yeah. It sucks, though. You know, I am sorry that happened. I don't want to, like, you know, ruin that for people. But when I was seeing everyone else putting stuff up, I was like, well, God, if you're on this platform anyway, I can't see how you're going to avoid it. But I didn't think about notifications. How are gas prices over there? Oh, I don't know, but to be honest, I don't know. I don't have a car. I can drive, but I never need to leave the house, so I haven't got a car at the moment because, well, I don't need one. I don't need to go anywhere. So I don't actually know how gas prices are. Probably high. I know cost of living sucks. That's a challenge, really, for the world. I think every country is struggling with that. I heard Australia is struggling with it as well. So cost of living is not just an American thing. It's certainly over here in Europe. I think we're going to commercial break again. Blumming out. Alexa, on the outside. Yeah, commercial. Okay. Oh, God. How is this going to work? I don't understand. Okay, well, I'll pause it again. Me neither. I was just curious. Is Alexa Bliss going to join the Wyatt Sicks, said Dennis? Yeah, she might do at some point. I expect her to. She is that kind of 6th member, or she was teased as being that 6th member. I think they just really love this partnership with Charlotte, though, to be honest, and I think that's worked really well. So, and I don't think she's needed for this MFTs feuds. So perhaps as we get further into 2026, she'll find her way to join up. Kevin said, what's your favourite musical? I don't have one, to be honest, but not a musicals guy. Triple T is, but I'm not a musicals guy. I don't know if I've even seen one. They've never appealed. Do you know what I mean? Going to a musical and watching people sing about everything they're doing. I'm walking down the streets and I'm saying hello to Brian and all this kind of stuff. Like, why don't you just talk? Like, I feel like singing everything is such a restriction. I don't know why they do that. I mean, perhaps like you don't have to sing everything. I don't know. I'm not a fan. It's not for me. The Sound of Music, said Jay Lee. Honestly, never seen it. Daze, you're singing again. That's true. We did sing Cagey Cage earlier, didn't we? We did sing Cagey Cage. Flame Fist said, yeah, it's a musical. Yeah, that is true. I mean, it is true, isn't it? If you're going to go to a musical, you are going to have to expect a lot of songs. But I don't know. Why not just do a normal play, and then just put like, you know, a song in, like, you know, it could be normal, and then, you know, when you're cleaning the bathroom, you might have a little sing song. Like, maybe just put one song in. Do you know what I mean? Or like when you're walking down the street, you might sing a little something. Like, maybe, I don't know. Who makes up songs in their random life? I don't go around going, I'm going to stream. Although I did do Cagey Cage, didn't I, actually? Perhaps that would be the musical of my day. Would be just me sitting here streaming, normal chatting, and then I do Cagey Cage. Would that qualify as a musical? You see, that reflects real life because that actually happens. But like, if everything was turned into a song, it just becomes a nonsense. It just becomes, you know what I mean? Oh, God. It's not for me. It's not for me. I prefer wrestling. That's my favourite form of entertainment. Daze singing sounds like Chocolate Rain. Chocolate Rain. Do you remember that? Oh, my God. Amazing. The Wheel of Fun, said Bishop. Oh, yeah. That's a blast from the past. Sorry, Daze, but you can't carry a tune in a bucket. It's true. It's true. I don't even take that as offensive because I agree. Might say I've never had a great singing voice, but when I was in college, there was a few times, because I did drama and theatre studies, which amazingly didn't really cover musicals. But, you know, there was a few times where you might have to, like, try and carry a tune. And I was okay back then. I think what's battered my voice is 10 years of doing streams and talking and everything. And my voice is just always on the edge of falling apart. I mean, honestly, just a little tip to Taylor Swift. Don't do hours and hours and hours of talking and live streams. It ain't great for a singing voice. It's not advisable. So I had the voice of an angel before this. Before I did this, I was basically like a choir boy. Yeah. And now I am absolutely effed. Now my voice is shot. And I'm blaming that. Oh, Alexa, coming back in. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you. Said, Daze, if you will want to avoid Smackdown stream issues for the European tour, let me know. I've got a VPN and I can lend you my USA Network app login. Well, thank you, my friends. I'm quite fortunate, actually, though, because I can't remember. When it was on TNT Sports, I used to have to watch SmackDown on that. And then when it would be shown live, and then when it would be shown later, I had no idea where to go to watch it. So actually, before it moved to Netflix, I did have trouble. I think here, just staying in sync and everything, it doesn't work too bad. We've been okay today. I appreciate the offer, though. Where was you a few years ago, eh, when I did need that? Hey? It's all well and good coming in now. There's no problems. The Arrivederci knee delivered by Julia. Okay, right now I've got Julia with Alexa up, and we need to end the poll for the Trick Ray. Oh, Sister Abigail. This is where Kiana is distracted. Oh, I've got Kiana coming into the ring. I don't know if I'm ahead or behind. I don't know. I just don't know. That's why I don't want to say too much. Okay, so Julia, and she just pushed Alexa off the top. Oh, that's where I am. Yes, Lash. And now we've got driving Alexa down. Dr. Luchalala said, why do we think Julia isn't clicking with the crowd like Stephanie? Devil's kiss, honestly. I think Stephanie seems to have a little bit more English, but I think that Devil's Kiss is a way, honestly, in. It's a move that she can tease and everyone feel like, here we go, we're going to do the move. And then, like, you don't do it. So then people like get excited and anticipate when it's going to happen, and then it happens later. Honestly, I don't think there's a great difference between them. I don't think that Stephanie is like an amazing talker, or, you know, I don't think her in-ring is anything mind-blowing in comparison to Julia. You know, I think Julia's a good-looking girl that's great in-ring. I just think that it's subtle little differences at this stage. I don't think it's anything drastic. Plus, you got to say as well, Stephanie they've made her world champion. So it's like, you need to be aware of this girl. With Julia, we haven't kind of gone that hard with her. She's been a mid-card champ, lost the belt, won it back. Got to say, the booking has not been as adventurous compared to Stephanie. Stephanie's feuding with Nikki Bella. She's appearing at Survivor Series. She's in the ring with Raquel. She's got the Devil's Kiss. Well, I don't think there's a great difference between them. I mean, really, when they were in NXT, they were like neck and neck, weren't they? Jordan on Smackdown. Yes. Right, we scored that first match. You gave it good 95. And you know what? Earlier, they scored it good 96. There we go. That's how in sync we are. Jordan said she's not going to be a diva like others on the Smackdown roster. Alba Fire steps up to her. Looks like you just stepped up. I was looking for a first opponent. Jordan says, can't wait. You're insufferable, even in German. Here is Kit Wilson. So, yeah, Elton Prince has had neck fusion surgery. I wonder if there's a picture, actually. Hold the thought. There we go, look. Underwent 2-level neck fusion surgery yesterday. Not where I hope to be at 28, but we're owed nothing in life, and I'm grateful to be on the road to recovery. I want to thank everyone that has messaged or commented asking where I am. It's nice to know I've not been forgotten. I'm going to try my hardest to overcome all the obstacles, and I'm going to try and get back in the ring for you. I mean, that does not sound very promising, does it? But I mean, look at the situation that he's in. 2-level neck fusion. So, took a bad landing in the ring in May. The top of my head hit the mat, and then I felt a burning hot electricity explode through my neck and arms. I lost control of my hands. My fingers curled in, and they were stuck for a moment. It was pretty terrifying. What has followed is 7 months of tests, questions, and pain. But thanks to the efforts of WWE, we found the problem, and I underwent neck fusion surgery. That's crazy, isn't it? My focus right now is getting healthy and reclaiming the basics, like trying to be the best dad I can. Kelly Kincaid is long overdue a good night's sleep. I can't thank her enough for the support. I'm excited to watch my brother, Kit Wilson, crush everything he does and get the well-deserved spotlight shone on him. Elton Strong. Which isn't even his name. His name's Elton Prince. I'll let him off. So, there we go. Yeah, I mean, a crazy update. No idea, no reports that it was that bad. A lot of people have been asking where he is. So, sadly, not a very good update. But obviously wishing him all the very, very best in the future. Okay, commercial break. I paused. Thank you. Brony said, speedy recovery to Elton. Any word on Piper? No, only that was one that we knew was serious. That is one that is serious, and we know it to be serious. There should be some protocols around injuries like that. I mean, that's the first time I've actually read that comment. Because obviously it'll be in Unseen. I haven't done Unseen yet. So I hadn't heard that, he got dropped on his head. He felt a burning pain and that his fingers curled in. And there was moments where he couldn't. Could you imagine how scary that must be? Imagine, oh my God. Sonny said, what are you doing tomorrow? Would you like to come into the Discords? Oh, I might have to get back to you on that. What I'm doing tomorrow is I'm getting kind of caught up with a couple of things, and I need to update this up here. I'm hoping to get the first fun video done. I need to do my videos and get that sorted. There's a couple of little jobs as well. I really need a bit of a background for this. We used to have a library background, but do you remember when I cleaned up my computer and it deleted all those files? It got rid of it. So I need something there. So I've just got this jobs list that's do this, do that. Get next week's game sorted for the member stream. So even though we're not around, I've still got all those kind of boring things to do. Bits to get done. So that's my jobs list. If I can find a way of jumping in, I will try, though. I always enjoy jumping in. Kieran said, I can't wait for UFC to return later this month. I think it's the same weekend as Saturday night's main event when it does, which is really annoying. I think they might be on at the exact same time again. You would think TKO would learn, but they just refuse to. The pairing of Alexa and Charlotte has worked twofold. It has got Charlotte over as a face, and WWE were really pushing hard for us to accept, and it has reignited the women's tag division, said Sean. Metal Mama said, yeah, nerves misfiring between sympathetic and parasympathetic systems do that. It is scary. Wishing him the best. Glad that he gets some time with the kiddo. He's in good company during time off, says Metal Mama. Yeah, that terrifying. Honestly, reading that, first time I'd seen it. Jennifer said, WWE, UFC, the same company, and they still got them competing. Yeah, it's really frustrating, isn't it? No spoilers in the chat, please. No spoilers in the chat. What happened with the back? You probably said, but I wasn't paying attention. Oh, no, not my back. That's Elton Prince. Elton Prince. MFers dropping spoiler. Yeah, I don't know if it's people just not knowing or if it's people trying to wind people up, but whatever. WWE fans are too sophisticated to watch that UFC nonsense. Is it possible that it's not Alexa's time for the US title? No, it's very possible that it's not Alexa's time. I mean, there's not been much in the way of a build for this. Okay, we are back. I have got just a little video package showing us some previous 3 stages of hell matches. Okay, yeah, we're back. Thank you. We're just seeing some of these previous ones from back in the day. We don't do them very often. That's probably the one I remember most out of all of them, actually. John Cena and Ryback. Wasn't Ryback mentioned on TV the other week? And now here he is being shown. Guys, that just all but confirms that Ryback's returning to me. Hey. Do we think Gunther will retire AJ? I think he could. I don't think he needs to. I sort of feel like if you retire John Cena, that's big, innit? I mean, like, I understand you need Gunther winning now, but I don't think that he needs to, like, retire everyone. Right, we've got a Wyatt Sicks video package. They're going to sign Ryback so that they can cut more people due to injury. Guys, bring him back. Well, this is a period where we're bringing people back. You know, Jericho might be coming back. AJ Lee came back. We brought CM Punk back. Matt Cardona came back. Bring back Ryback. Bring Ryback back. Ryback back. I want Ryback back. I want Rye back. Yeah? Feed me more. It's time for him to get the recognition that he truly deserves. I want Rye back, says Metal Mama. Yes! Why has no one started a campaign for bring Rye back? Hashtag bring Rye back. Daze, we don't want him, said Flame Fist. Oh. But what if he comes back and we just... What if we bring him back and he beats everyone? About that? What about if we bring him back and he just keeps winning? And then we put him in there with Oba and then he gets killed. I'd bring him back, have him win for 12 months, and then put him in with Oba and have him squashed. And I'd be like, that's it, thanks. That's all I had for you. Here's Solo, taking it all. What happened to Rusev? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Where is Rusev? That's a good question. Right. Feed him squashes for a... what, like the vegetable? Each week on Raw, do we just feed him another squash? To be honest, I'd watch that. And then he could sit there and go, feed me more, like that, and we could give him another one. We don't call them squashes in the UK. I can't remember what we call them. Squashes. Pumpkin and squashes. What do we call them? I don't even know what we call them. A winter squash. 20 types of squashes. Do you know, it sounds like a lovely... It's a lovely word, isn't it? A squash. It sounds very... satisfying and... rehydrating. Squash. A squash. What do we call it? I don't even know what we call it. Perhaps we do call it a squash, do we? Squashes, pumpkins belong to the same family as cucumbers, melons, marrows, and courgettes. Oh yeah, perhaps we call it like courgette. Cucumbers, marrow. Perhaps it's a marrow. And you call it a squash. Butternut squash. Oblong shape. The flesh has got a buttery flavour that gets enhanced by brown sugar or cinnamon. Oh, I could go for some. Oh, I could go for that. Oh, I'm hungry now. Here come the Wyatts, by the way. Shut up. Guys, shut up. The Wyatts are coming out. Break it, shadows. Randy, shout out to you, my friends. I love the community and I love the insight. Yeah, into the world of squashes. Randy, shout out to you, buds. Firing in a gifted membership as well. Thank you, my friend. And Sunny sharing the Discord link. Yeah, we do have a Discord. Sunny in there, Dormouse in there. I think there's quite a few community members in there. I aspire to get back in there, and it could be this weekend. Okay, here come the Wyatt Sicks. Making their way down to the ring. WWE Tag Team Champs. Fireflies are out in force. Firefly for life, says Lone Star Friend. When is Nikki gonna wrestle, said Black Onyx. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on there. I am starting to wonder if she's like got a little injury or something. And then we just can't find a way of getting her back into the creative. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. Do you reckon every week she's saying to her partner, like, shall I speak to them this week about if they got anything? I just can't do it. I don't want to rock the boat. And he's like, yeah, speak to them. Do you know what? She strikes me as such a lovely person. I could imagine her going up to Triple H and going, Triple H, excuse me. And he's like, yeah, what? She's like, doesn't matter. I just want to say you look good today. And then she, like, scurries away, you know? I don't know, man. How can you go this long without giving her a match? I don't think she's wrestled since 2024. We're underway. Wyatt's. We need to end this poll. Wyatt's against MFTs. Her partner's Big Damo, said Stone. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Big Damo. Also known as Damian Priest. MFTs versus Wyatt's. Let's go. Hello, everyone. Had to help my mother-in-law. Just joined. Sweet Sassy, shout out to you. What have you missed? Trick in the opening match with Rey Fenix. It was okay. Second match, Julia. So Trick, Rey Fenix. Hang on. Okay, I paused. Julia against Alexa. Julia retained. You lot said it was good 93. Earlier, people said it was good 92. That's kind of crazy, actually. So earlier, it was good 96 for the first match. This stream, you said it was good 95, 1% out. Earlier, you said was good 92, and now you've said it was good 93 for Julia Alexa, 1% out. We are so in sync, these two streams. I tell you what, though, if you can get close to what they said for the main event, I will be seriously impressed. Seriously impressed. Because I sort of feel like if something's around kind of good 93, 94, a lot of matches around there. But can you be close to what they said earlier for the 3 stages of hell match? I think there might be a bit of difference when it comes to the main event scoring, but we'll see. We're already an hour and 20 minutes into this show. It's crazy, isn't it? Big Time said, do you remember Nikki ASH found a gimmick that worked in 2021? Vince thought that he could market it to kids, sell merch. She won Money in the Bank, cashed in on Charlotte, and became women's champ. Yep, it's true. It's crazy to think that we were there and now we're here. People are saying we're at picture-in-picture. The thing is, though, it jumped. So I think the footage you're seeing, I probably don't have. So we'll see. Once we're back from commercial break, we'll see where we are. Jaylee said, for the chair fund. Oh, bud, thank you. Honestly, that came off today. I don't even know what it does, but it does something. I mean, that definitely does something, and it came off today. So yeah, I mean, pretty soon I'll be sat on the floor. But you know, people have been so kind with their donations, and I got a little bit of money at Christmas. Not much, just a little bit. So we're getting there. I can't even put that back. I don't even know what it does. So Jaylee, I appreciate it, buds. Bishop said, any update on Zoe Stark? Only a picture that was in Unseen, which is her in the gym, like looking pretty ripped, actually. And I think she's looking pretty good for a return soon. Maybe Rumble. Maybe. Today I got the Piper's Pit playset, said Randy. I got Legend Series 29 complete. I got Defining Moments Cody, Penta, and Elite 124 Lyra Motor City machine guns. Is it your birthday, Randy? How did you get all of that? I am going to rewatch SmackDown tomorrow, said Colton. Brony said, are you expecting the Wyatt Sicks to have an insane turnaround? Start having interesting stories? Or have you accepted there'll be another tag team in the division? Well, I mean, they are just another tag team in the division, really. But because of the backstory, the history, because of the amount of investment they had for Nightbirds, because they've got such an epic entrance and, you know, aesthetically they look so different, I think, you know, I'm still going to carry the hope that we can do more with them. I mean, no one is going to say that this has been anything but disappointing considering how great it was for Nightbird. I do think what we're doing with the MFTs and it now going back to being a faction feud is probably one of the best things we've done since the end of 2024. I mean, 2025, we didn't see them much, and then when they came back, they were doing tag matches. This is a faction feud. So, you know, this is a little bigger in scope. So, I don't know, you've got so many options with the Wyatts that you don't have with other tag teams. You can do more with the Wyatts than you can, say, Motor City Machine Guns or DIY. Although I don't even know if DIY are a thing really anymore. Obviously, word on the street is Tommaso Ciampa might be done. And we haven't seen him for a week or two. So, yeah, I mean, at the moment, they are a team. Just a tag team. But with potential to do more. Well, kind of doing a little more here. But it's nowhere near what people were hoping for. So, yeah, we're still going to carry that hope. I'm still going to carry that hope. I want to be a glass half full guy rather than a glass half empty, you know? That's my goal. Rob said, Uncle Howdy was Bray's idea. Bo misses his brother. We're stuck seeing the mask till the end of time. Sometimes you've got to grieve and then move on, for crying out loud, said Rob. Yeah, but what if you could continue the creative? I mean, if they don't have any plans to do that, then I don't know how people will feel. But obviously, when they came back with Nightbird, it felt like we were setting the stage for, I mean, there was a therapist and there was lots of like QR codes. And I mean, it didn't feel like creatively we were out of ideas. It felt like, I mean, honestly, I think you can make an argument Nightbird was better than White Rabbit. And White Rabbit is what brought Bray back. So Nightbird was bigger in its ambition. And I think that was setting the stage for us to believe that the Wyatt Sicks were going to be just as creative. And it's been nowhere near that. So I don't know. Is it just that Bo is mourning the loss of his brother and he's doing this as a tribute and it is nothing more than that? Or are we actually going to get going with some Wyatt Sicks lore, which is what I think people are hoping for? That's what I'm hoping for. Right now, big choke slam. Dexter in there with Tala. Tala in there with Rowan. Rowan against the ropes. Double clothesline as both go down. Tala down, Rowan down. Kevin said, Daze, remember when Heyman kissed Ryback on the cheek? That is a cursed image. It is a cursed image. It is crazy, isn't it? I mean, like, they did give him opportunity. It's not like they didn't see big things for him, but, well, wow. Didn't work, did it? To be honest, I never liked the feed me more catchphrase that he had. I was not a fan of that. Okay, Solo, Howdy, battling away. Ooh, down goes Solo. Big clothesline. And again, Howdy in there. Ooh, super kick coming in there by Solo. Looking for the spike. Duck underneath. Picks him up. Slams him down. I feel like Bo is doing a bit of work to get some sort of size. He hasn't got Bray size, nowhere near. But if I remember, I mean, if I look at him and think back to when we had Bo leave, he definitely looks bigger. He definitely has got a bit more presence about him than when he was coming out doing the running around the ring, the whole Bo leave. That's like 2014. It's about 12 years ago now. JC Mateo getting thrown in the ring. Here's Howdy. Mandible claw. Mandible claw. K-Dub said there's a video on YouTube of all the Firefly Funhouse segments. I watch it almost weekly, says K-Dub. Randy said Ric Flair was my favorite all time. He was number one. And it was ever changed. That didn't change until I saw Bray. My world went Stranger Things upside down. I love and miss him so much. Yes. Bray physically got a bit too big, said Lone Star Friend. I never let myself follow the Wyatt story. I always felt like I wouldn't be able to watch it and not wonder how Bray would have done it and wishing that he was still here, says Trini. Bo Leave was so bad, says Jennifer. MFTs have managed to pick up the victory here, and it is Uncle Howdy that takes the pin, which I really don't understand. Solo with that lantern, though, I do think is quite interesting. So Solo takes the lantern. Howdy is reaching out like that. It is. I wonder if we're going to make this out to be a little bit like Undertaker and his urn type thing. I don't know. Wyatt certainly looks sad that Solo has stolen the lantern. There we go. Are we going to treat it like that? I wondered the exact same thing, Phoenix. Okay, we are backstage. Okay, Carmelo is getting ready for an open challenge. Is Solo a tribal thief now, said Final Boomer? Maybe. If you need another week to prepare, just say it. Miz goes walking away. I really love how respectful Carmelo is of Ilya. I love that suit that Ilya's got on as well. He looks fantastic. It's a classy looking suit, that, you know. I'm off to speak to Nick Aldis about something different. Okay, here comes Chelsea. She's obviously going to be bringing out Alba Fire. Okay, let's do a quick poll, shall we, for the MFT match. What did you think about the Wyatts against the MFTs? There was a bit of disappointment earlier that Wyatts had lost that, of course, but I don't think you can really expect them to win every match in this feuds. I think they were always going to start like lose something. Maybe the first one, whatever, but... Okay. Commercial break. Okay, I'm not quite there yet. At the moment, I've still got Alba Fire on the outside of the ring. Oh. Do you know, there is no commercial breaks during that third hour. So I think all we've got to do is just get through like the next 30 minutes. And then the final hour, we should be able to just sit and just let it run. There is no commercial. It's commercial free for the final hour. We are at adverts. Thank you, my friends. Metal Mama said, I need Wyatt Sicks lore storyline. I fell in love with that story. It led us to knowing the Wyatt Sicks. Whenever they spell it like now, I just think it's fallen flat. Yeah, because the Nightbird was so good with the therapist and the QR codes and, you know, people digging into... I mean, people were going into... you know, the kind of breakdown binary web pages and all this stuff, like going in looking for secret messages. And then people were downloading some of the images and then looking to see if there was anything written in the kind of message part of that. And, you know, people were then downloading things to look to see what files were called and what the name of those files were and what that meant. And, oh my God, I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. Nightbird is just one of the biggest campaigns I've ever seen WWE execute. And we've gone from that to literally nothing. Nothing. I mean, there's no QR codes. They don't even dig into the kind of backstory of the characters anymore. We just don't do anything. It's like we've just completely just given up on them. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if WWE have just given up. I don't know if, you know, the momentum stalled because of Bo's, whatever he went through. He had an injury or something. And then, of course, when he came back, his dad got ill. So is it just that we've had a horrible 2025 and all that good stuff is going to happen? We just couldn't do it in 2025. Is it that we've had to kind of get them going again and get some momentum, and that's what we did at the end of 2025? You know, is 2026 going to be a good year for the Wyatts, or is it just going to be more of what we've seen? I don't know. I totally understand why people are off the hype train, why people are disappointed. Totally makes sense. I totally get it. Doesn't stop people hoping and wishing that it's going to be what we always wanted, though, you know. They invested in a 40-minute video of a therapist talking, but they can't give us a few minutes here and there for a story. I know. I hear you, Uncle Revel. I hear you. Wyatt Sicks are a bunch of jobbers. They can't make it on their own, says Gary. Word Live said, Daze, do we think the Universal theme parks will bring the horrors of the Wyatt Sicks back? I don't think so. I think they tend to change those things every year. So I think that was just for 2025. They could do another WWE themed thing, but I think that might be it for the Wyatt Sicks one. WrestleRant said people were legit losing their minds over those stupid QR codes. I could appreciate the chat trying to decode. I sure wasn't, said WrestleRants. K-Dub said, Nightbird build was huge. You would think they would get a bigger push. I still want to see a story of how each wrestler combined into the spirit of each puppet, said Defcon. Yeah, to be honest, we're back. Thank you. Okay, have you got Oba? Yeah, here he is. Now, actually, I did see this earlier, but I didn't really pay attention. I don't know if this is going to say, like, coming next week or anything. So I probably do need to just keep an eye on it. I don't remember it saying anything. There he is. Oba. Femi. No. Nope. Oba. Femi. It's a good video, that, actually. Oba Femi. It's going to be so good. Badass vignette for Oba, said K-Dub. Badass. Chris said, they're not jobbers. They're enhancement talent. Why is everyone being so nasty? Okay, Alba is in there. Julia making her way down. Dr. Luchadala said, I want Oba to take over. I love CM Punk, but I wouldn't mind him being murked by Oba. Okay, Jordan versus Alba. Here we go. In the words of Mario, here we go. Let's go. The much anticipated arrival of Jordan Grace. Jordan's first main roster entrance, said Wrestling Fan. I gotta be honest, her music and whatever doesn't really hit me as anything special. I don't really rate the music. It just strikes me as like generic theme 4. Chop coming in there by Jordan. In the corner goes Alba. Chelsea on the outside, backslide. Alba is big clothesline. Oh my God, another heavy clothesline by Jordan. Picks up Alba. That was so effortless. She just grabbed her, flipped around, had her on the shoulders, bang, dropped her down. Chelsea on the outsides. Slap coming in there by Jordan. Alba, kick coming in. Grabbing Jordan. DDT. She took it well. 1, 2. Kick out by Jordan. Final Boomer said, okay, community, settle a discussion. Is Oba's entrance with his swag dance equal to, better, or worse than Vince and Ric Flair? I will leave that for the community. Jordan was very overweight, got fed up and got into powerlifting, said Edwards. She's very strong. Very, very strong. I've liked Jordan for a long time. I remember when we got the partnership with TNA, this was someone I was really excited about seeing come in. Oh, my God. I mean, look at that. She just grabbed Alba, sort of deadlifted her. I know Alba's not the biggest. Deadlifted her up, and that spine buster. Drives her down. Chelsea on the edge of the ring. Jordan goes over, has a bit of a word, goes back to Alba. Alba gets hurled into Chelsea. Do you know what? You lot said good 94 for MFTs against Wyatt's. That is the exact same score as earlier. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's a win. It's a squash. For boom. Jordan was a powerlifter when she was thicker. She realised she liked the taste of steroids, said Rob, and she lost some weight. She was a powerlifter when she was thicker. Do steroids like tone you up then? Here is Jade's. Alpha females don't like other alpha females. Jade has come out. She's circling around Jordan. You think you did something? I feel sorry for Jordan. What she meant to do? All she does, all she can do really is stand there like. Jade comes out, gives some attitudes. And also Jordan, it is a bit weird, Jordan just sort of standing there. Okay, we're backstage with Sammy. Sammy. Dee Dee, shout out to you. I think the Jordan Jade feud might be decent. Jordan can help carry those matches. Rob said, no coincidence about the time she got into bodybuilding, her voice got manly. It's roids. Okay, Sammy is talking about our main event tonight. Who do I think's going to walk out as champ? My money is on Cody. Okay. Jordan Grace has had to upgrade her gear. It was an impressive debut and a definitive win, with Jade coming out and talking down to her immediately, says Sean. I like how you don't get into speculations about what wrestlers do. Benny said, I hope the heel Cody gets what he deserves. Metal Mama said, I guess women equal high-pitch voice. What's an excuse for the high-pitch voiced men voice? Perhaps they've got their balls caught in summer. If you get your balls caught in the zip, you can go up there. Hello, Metal Mama. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's the excuse, but I am saying it's a excuse. Yeah. Here comes Carmelo making his way down. Let us... Guys, we're going to end that poll. I'm done with it. I'm done with that poll. We're going to another poll. Well, I was going to do a poll of who wins, but that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? I probably ended that poll too early, actually. You lot said that last match was good 95. I can tell you that our stream earlier said good 88. You guys are way more positive than the negative ninnies that we had on the earlier stream. You are a bunch of positive pats. But earlier we had negative Nellies. Right, we are at commercial break. And I have paused. This might be our last commercial, I'm not sure. But, yeah, there can't be too many more. So far, no matches have been great. That is true. No match has been great up till this point. No stream, not this one or the earlier one, said any of those first 4 matches were great. The crowd doesn't feel like an international crowd to me, said Bishop. Yeah, this is a German crowd. And, do you know what I mean? It's enough said, isn't it, really? They are the heels of Europe. So if this was France or the UK or even Italy or Belgium, it would be popping off. But we're in Germany. Dennis said, tomorrow I'm going to watch Unseen. Well, there'll be another Unseen tonight. My plan tonight is to do the opinions video. I've already done the breakdown video for this episode. Got that done. I'll do the opinions video after this ends. And then I will work on another Unseen. So there will be another Unseen. The good thing, actually, is there might even be any fallout from Smackdown. Because obviously Smackdown aired live earlier. So any fallout from Smackdown, any kind of post-show interviews or comments or whatever, should be able to mop that up in Unseen as well, actually. So that'll work well, actually. That French crowd were crazy when AJ Styles came out. They were chanting all throughout the commercial break, says Mayor Pete. JS17 said, it's been a while. How are you? I'm good, thank you. We're not talking about any spoilers, but we are treating this like it is live. So we can't really dig into any comments about what's going down. France is still the gold standard, said Jennifer. Randy said, the best part about being single is I can spend half my check on WWE figures, Funkos, and clothes. It's an amazing life. To be honest, you can do that when you're in a relationship as well. It's just you might not stay in that relationship very long. If we want insanely intense crowds, we need to go to South America, says Shining Wizard. Yes. Let's go to Venezuela. Yeah, that's what I'm proposing. Let's go to Venezuela. I don't know why. I just know that it's very political, it's very topical, and I feel like there would definitely be energy in the room. I don't know if it'd be good energy or bad energy. I don't know. But all I do know is I feel very confident people would be making noise. So that's my proposal. That's what I'm bringing to the table. Right. Surely we'll be back soon. We're back. Yeah, there we go. See, I am so in sync. We are back. Okay. We are just looking at the skyline of... I don't know, is that Riyadh? I don't have any voiceover telling me where that is. We are looking at a skyline. Yeah, I didn't know what this was. Okay. Did you catch this? Some football player online playing 2K26. No, I didn't actually, no. I was fine not catching it as well. Dude needs to get a better camera as well. Why is dude streaming in 280p? What's he think he is? Me. Dude's got... Dude, I'm pretty sure that football player has got money. Looks like he's flipping streaming on a BlackBerry phone from the year 2000. Oh my God. Axiom is beating up Nathan Frazier and he's joined up with No, it's Johnny. It's actually Johnny. It's for historical purposes. Perhaps he's one of those that likes to recycle and reuse old tech, you know, as a way of saving the planet. So he just can't part with, like, what looks to be the very first webcam that ever got made. Respect. Actually, I take it back. Respect. We do need to get more out of our technology, to be honest, rather than just going out and buying new stuff all the time. Okay, Carmelo is in the ring, and we're about to get someone answering his open challenge. Here we go. Okay. Shinsuke. This match should bang, said Bishop. Shinsuke. Yes. Fraxium, another drop ball, said Shining Wizards. Da-da. JS17. Not gonna talk about what went down in our main event. Those conversations are gonna have to wait. Shinsuke on the outsides. Matt Pete said, I think Shinsuke's contract is up in 2026. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I saw Carmelo fight at a house show event, says Dennis. Yeah, I've seen Shinsuke at a NXT live event when they came over in 2016. It was awesome. I wish he'd had a better career. I wish he had been world champion at some point in WWE. Shining Wizard said Shinsuke has already said that he's going to retire. Is there any word on when? Shinsuke has made his way down then. Time for Shinsuke against Carmelo. Okay, we have got... Sure, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be another commercial break, but probably isn't there. Probably just before our main event starts. Keep up there by Carmelo. Carmelo circling around with Shinsuke. Can you not give a hint on what you think will happen based on the Cody match? No. Because that we're talking about we're talking about what's next in a story that we haven't watched the match tonight about, if you know what I mean. So, no. I think for those that have been at work and been at school and, you know, haven't seen this Smackdown yet, the focus should be on tonight. Carmelo goes towards the ropes, gets booted there by Shinsuke. Word Life Cena said, here's some dream matches with Oba. We could do Oba Cody, Oba Drew, Oba Bron Breakker, Oba Roman, Oba Seth. There are, oh, here we go, commercial. There are plenty of great matches for Oba, yes. He has got a very, very bright future. Shinsuke was good in his prime, but I just don't care about him in these days. Yeah, picture in picture. I've paused. I think I need to pause. All of a sudden, it just jumped, and we were in a completely different part of the match. So I've paused. I hope that we get to see Shinsuke more often, said Phoenix. It was nice to come back to the community. I am not up to date with chat and wrestling, said JS17. Yeah, no worries, but it's a bit messy at the moment, to be honest. I mean, we're just starting 20... Actually, it's a good time to get back into wrestling. It's a good time to get back into wrestling at this point because we're building towards the Royal Rumble. So it's good to kind of get back in. I mean, the Rumble is a lot of people's favourite PLE. And so it should be good this year. I mean, if you're just getting back into it now, what I would say is you missed a pretty underwhelming 2025. A lot of criticism for 2025. So actually, there's a lot of hope that this year is going to be more dramatic and is going to have more big talking points. And yeah, you know, that's what people are looking for. That's what people are hoping for. And so as we head towards the Royal Rumble, it's a good time of year. After that, of course, WrestleMania season. Some good talent around, some good NXT call-ups. So, yeah, I think this is a time of the year where you'll see a few people kind of starting to come back going, what's going on? You know, where are we? What's happening with wrestling? And I think it's a good time to do that. Tanahashi retired and Shinsuke is washed. Shibata is still strong. But what's going to happen with Matt Cardona, Brian Myers' action figure line now that one is in WWE and the other's in TNA? Don't know. Kareem said WWE needs to stop doing open challenges. They need to start doing storylines and get some good rivalries going. Daze, Matt Cardona talks about on his podcast and Sam Roberts how his return came about. Randy said, I know it's only the 9th of January, but the defining moments Penta is amazing. It could be figure of the year. Shining Wizard said they have said that nothing's going to change with the action figures. Daze, could you imagine a match with Michael Hayes against Carmelo Hayes? Well, that's the dream match, isn't it? Father versus son. That is the dream match. Right, I think we're still at commercial break at the moment. Trini said, I keep seeing people saying no spoilers, but I wasn't even seeing them. David said, can I be unblocked? I didn't even say anything bad. Well, I don't think you are blocked, bud, because I can see your comment. Phoenix said, I think the open challenge is going to end with a heel getting the US belt. Maybe, Johnny. Black Onyx said we're back. WrestleRant says we're back. We are back. Let's go. Let's go. We're back. Bishop said we're back. Edward says we're back. Nick said, I can't wait for my son to be old enough. He wants his own figures. I can secretly collect them for myself. Yes. That is why we have kids. Right. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Lovely drop kick there by Shinsuke. I heard Jericho is rumored to be coming back. Yeah. To WWE. Last time I was upstate, he was pretty focused on staying in AEW. Do we think that he is going to return? And I heard that Seth is injured. When is he returning? Yeah, so Jericho is expected to be coming into the Rumble, but it is not guaranteed. Carmelo goes to the outside. So Jericho, a lot of people are hoping that he'll be in the Rumble. Seems to be that way unless AEW are trolling us all. But there's lots of reports that he is done and that he is coming back. Some people wondered if it was going to be on Monday just gone, but it looks more and more like it's going to be the Rumble. In regards to Seth, his injury is real. He's trying to make it back for February. I think there is a chance. I mean, it could be that he even makes the Rumble. And again, he's just like, you know, trying to throw us off the scent. He did an interview the other day where he said that it would be like 3 months. So that he's trying to make it back for WrestleMania. But I mean, if he comes back at the Rumble, I don't know. I don't know that 3 months is true that he said. You know, quite often wrestlers will say one thing to throw you off the scent, you know. So he could be back at the Rumble. I don't think that's guaranteed, though. I think he is just trying to make it back so he can have a match at Mania. So I think it's fair to assume at some point in WrestleMania season, Seth Rollins will return. But no one really knows when. Rumble at the earliest. I will be shocked if he does not feature at WrestleMania. I think he almost certainly does. At the very least, it'll be an appearance rather than a match. Right now, we got a single leg Boston Crab by Shinsuke. If Seth does come back in the Rumble, do we think he comes back as a heel or a face? I think it'll be a face. He got taken out by Bron Breakker. I think he's going to want to get his hands on Bron Breakker. Crowd are going to be behind him. I think he comes back as a face going after Bron and going after the Vision. It wouldn't really make sense him coming back as a heel because the Vision are heels. So that would be like heel versus heel. So I think he comes back looking for revenge. Big boot there by Shinsuke. That was good. Carmelo down. Did they ban the crossface chicken wing? No, not that I'm aware of. Come on! Another strike coming in, but Carmelo grabs the leg. Bang. Come on! Now Carmelo does a come on. Chop coming in. Forearm shot. Another chop. Against the ropes. Carmelo over the other side. Oh, lands on his feet. Coming in, looking for a DDT. Boom, gets it. 1, 2. Kick out. Defcon said, I taught my son how to do the crossface chicken wing because I'm the only person that thinks Bob Backlund being champion in 95 was a good idea. He was robbed. Back elbows coming in there by Shinsuke. Back in over in the corner. In Jericho's first book, he bashes Triple H. I mean, to be honest, a lot of people have bashed Triple H or Vince over the years and still found their way back. Bruno had a big falling out with Vince and still found his way in the Hall of Fame. Ultimate Warrior caused all kinds of trouble. CM Punk called Triple H Vince's doofus son-in-law. But found his way back. So, I mean, that's not going to be a barrier. Okay, I'm going to pause again. Picture in picture. I've paused again. I thought the dirt sheets, getting back, Roman was meant to win the Rumble. Do you think that's going to happen? Well, I'm not going to talk about the ending of this show, am I? Dude. Anything that involves the ending of the show, I'm not going to talk about. WrestleRant said, this is wild reveal. What kind of weirdo type behavior? I don't know what that's about. I think Jericho's going to be fine, says Trini. Shining Wizard said the Iron Sheik was robbed. They told him that he was just a transitional champion before he got the strap. Will MVP... Drama, a little bit of drama. Looks like we had a little bit of lag. Just a little wobble. We're okay. We're okay. You're okay. I'm okay. We're all okay. Are we back? Are we back? My phone's acting up. Too much streaming today, said Uncle Rebel. Nah, just a little wobble. Just a little wobble. Where are we? I don't even know if we're back yet. We are back. Okay. I might be a little out of sync there. Might be a little out of sync. Daze, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get insight into some predictions. Well, JS17. That's fine. I just think this is one of the worst streams to try and do it on because a lot is going to be obviously about the outcome of the main event, and a lot of people have been at work and school and they haven't seen this show. So I don't want to talk about anything that goes... I'll talk about Jericho and I'll talk about Seth and I'll talk about stuff like that, but I don't want to talk about anything in relation to Cody and Drew. We are back. Okay. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke charging over. We're back. I'm back. Froze a little bit earlier. Yes. Trini said, when Daze freezes on my screen, my eyes hurt because they get scared. I know. It's a fear of abandonment. All of a sudden, it becomes a very real prospect that I might leave you. And that is scary, isn't it? Daze MVP will go in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I don't mind him, honestly. I don't mind it if he does. I've got nothing against him. He never really did it for me, but yeah, lots of people out there enjoyed his work. Right, here we go. We got Shinsuke grabbing the leg of Carmelo. Okay. We're good. Your ruggedness is apparent to all. Well, thank you. Here we go. Carmelo grabbing hold of the rope. Yep, it's true. Carmelo was just shouting out Charles there because he's a big fan of the King of England. So he does like to just shout out his name from time to time. Against the ropes. He will shout out random members of the royal family, actually. Harry, Meghan, Andrew. He loves them all. He's a big fan of every member of the royal family. This feels a bit slower pace, said Dr. Luchalala. Why do I feel like this match isn't all that? I barely paid attention to it, and I feel like it's not got out of first gear. Kick coming in there by Carmella. I don't know where I am in relation to you, and that is a bit tricky. Joshua said, I used to scream Elizabeth all the time. Well, we certainly did here in the UK. Mother. Gone but not forgotten. Prince Albert, yes. That's where you put a thing through your pee-pee, isn't it? I love the image of Joshua just screaming out Elizabeth. I don't know why. I love that. I often scream out Diana's name. And then go, why? Paparazzi. And then I sing that paparazzi song by Lady Gaga. Kinshasa, knee strike by Shinsuke. Lizzie, yes. Daze, what's your wildest prediction for a return? Vince. Andre the Giant. George Hackenschmidt. Elmo. The People's Princess. What, Vince? Yes. Okay. Lone Star friend, shout out to you. Kate Middleton. Yes. Queen. Well, she will be in the future. Daze, do you think Dean will ever return? I think no. He's still the face of AEW. I only see a Hall of Fame induction for him. I agree with you, JS. I think that he could come back for like a final run. Like, it wouldn't shock me if we do like a Shield match. One more Shield match, or, you know, Dean has a little run. Maybe has like a final singles WrestleMania match or something. But yeah, I could see a Hall of Fame induction. But to be honest, the bulk of his career is going to be AEW, isn't it? I don't even know if he'd come back for one more match or a little run. I don't know. It would be nice if we could do one last Shield match, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Imagine how sick that would be. Roman, Seth, and Dean Ambrose. Probably taking on the Judgment Day. I'd imagine they'd still be around. Carmelo gets the win. He does. Carmelo gets the win. Carmelo shouting out Meghan Markle out of respect. That was a big... I didn't see that happening at the end, but it was a real shocking moment. Brilliant. Just at the end there where he held up the belt, it was like, Meghan Markle and the ginger one. Love you guys. It's really emotional. When you want to talk about my father and his legacy, it's cheap. It's lazy. He doesn't make the comeback. I make the comeback. Daze, the open challenges are good at first, but now it's time for stories and feuds. Cody backstage. I would eat baked beans with Duchess Megan. We all would. I would eat... I'd eat baked beans off Duchess Megan. Whilst... I don't even know what his name is. Drew Carey. What's he called? Has to sit and watch. To be honest, they're so desperate for money, you could probably pay them and they'd let you do that. Daze, is that your most wildest but most realistic prediction? No. I don't think that's realistic. Eating beans off Megan? I don't think that's realistic. And if you could do it, it would cost a lot, to be honest. And I don't have that. I don't have eating beans off Meghan Markle type money. Yeah. I've barely got buying a new chair money. Yeah. Big Time said, why don't wrestlers have good merchandise? One thing I like about Jay is the Yeet glasses. That's something I would wear outdoors. I think some wrestlers do. I like Tatum Paxley's shirt and some Gunther bits, and I don't know. Roman's had some good shirts. It's a mixed bag, innit? It's a mixed bag. Some people have got good merch, some people haven't. Alan said, would you eat beans off Harry? Oh, Alan, imagine that. You can eat beans off Meghan, but the catch is you also have to eat beans off Harry if you agree. What would you do? What would you do? Meghan's a good-looking girl. You can't escape it. Yeah, she's annoying, but you don't have to listen to her speak. So you can eat beans off Meghan, but you would have to eat beans off Harry after. What would you do? Beans again, said Metal Bar. I didn't start it. I didn't start it. Oh my God. Let's go. Beans again. Yes. I would pass. Really? You would pass? Yeah, I might pass as well, actually. She's not that good looking. Well, she's pretty good looking. She's not bad looking, is she? Guys, I'm going to get a picture of the Queen. Dude, come on. Come on. Come on. I mean, you've got crazy high standards if we're saying that she's not a good-looking woman. She's good looking. Do you know, at one point, she had my heart, and then she came in and started bad-mouthing the royal family and the British people. And then that was okay, to be honest. I can deal with that. But I just sensed that she didn't appreciate beans on toast. And that was the final straw for me. I just sensed that she didn't really take to British culture. And she didn't really appreciate... I can't see her eating beans on toast. That would be my number one question. Do you eat beans on toast? And I just expect her to go, what's that? Is that poor people's food? Or something like this. And I'd be like, well, yes, it is actually. Once again, do you eat it? And she'd be like, God, no. And that would be it. It'd be over. But she's a good-looking girl, isn't she? Eh? She's probably the best-looking American. Yeah, I don't think there's any American that looks better. Because she is American, isn't she? Where's she from? She's from California. See, all the best-looking people are in California. Fact. I went to the same university as her a few years apart, says Mayor Pete. Really? Really? Football Talk said, do we think Saudi could pay Cena to make an appearance in the Rumble? No. Nope. He ain't hurting for money, and he has already said that he is not interested. He knew when he made that statement that Saudi could always offer him a load of money. He has drawn a line under it. He is so wealthy. He has got so much money. He is wanting for nothing. Dumb. JS17 said, what's the most unrealistic but reasonable prediction? I haven't got one. I haven't done any predictions for this year. I don't have any. I mean, I think there's a chance that Sammy could win a World Heavyweight Championship at some point. I think there's a chance Oba could win a World Heavyweight Championship at some point. There's a chance AJ Lee could win the Women's Championship at some point. But I don't think any of these are that exciting, to be honest. Tonight could be a good video. What is the wildest prediction that you think is actually going to happen? But I don't think WWE has been that wild, does it? Was WWE wild last year? God, it's been a while, I think, since WWE's been wild. Okay, we got a video package. Matt Cardona was Indie Wrestler of the Year 2 years in a row. He had a main belt in a lot of the companies. He's not Zack Ryder anymore. I think he'll win you over in time, says Randy. Maybe. I see him as being Zack Ryder, who I never cared about. And, you know, he went off, did some indie work, which I didn't follow. And, yeah, I don't know. I don't care about him. If he left WWE again, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. I just don't care. But I understand there's people that are fans of his that followed his indie work and now he's back. That's the goal, isn't it? For him to sort of win people over that just remember him as Zack Ryder. And the way he's going to do that is with great promos, great matches. Let's see. Is he going to deliver that? Is he going to deliver great matches, great promos? To be honest, is he even going to be given the opportunity to do that? Or is he just here to kind of put a... I don't know, because I wasn't expecting him to return, honestly. On my bingo card, I did not have Matt Cardona coming back. Okay, here we go then. I've got Drew making his way down to the ring. Are we in sync? There's a little bit of lag. Shouldn't be. Have we got Drew coming out? Da, 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 da. Drew in the entranceway. Dun. King Yeti said, I'm not going to lie, Latinas are my favorites. They're Triple T's favorite as well. We're Backstreet Boys. Drew. People have got Drew. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so he's coming down and he's wearing the watch. Okay, second match in Berlin. He's 2-0 in Falls Count Anywhere matches. He's 3-1 in Steel Cage matches. This is 3 stages of hell. Daze, Queen Elizabeth was always skeptical about Prince Harry marrying someone of a different ethnicity. I don't know that that is true. I don't know that that is true. I have not seen any comments in that regard. I will not accept slander about Lizzie. JS17 said, who do we think joins WWE this year? Who do we think is going to leave and go to AEW and TNA? Well, I think that they're interested in David Finlay. They're interested in Leon Slater when he becomes available. They're interested apparently in Powerhouse Hobbs, I heard earlier today. They're interested in Powerhouse Hobbs. There's a few names that are like floating around. I mean, they'd love to get MJF, but I think he's still under contract for a while. And to be honest, anyone they're interested in TNA, like Mike Santana, whatever, they're just waiting for the contracts to expire. And they're going to expire at different points. They managed to get Jordan Grace. They managed to get Joe Hendry. So, I mean, you know, there are people in TNA that they've already signed quite recently. Other signees, as we said, Leon Slater and a few others that they've got their sights set on, like Mike Santana. AEW, there's not really many that are linked, to be honest with you. There was a rumor they were interested in Wardlow at one point, but I haven't heard anything there. Britt Baker might be coming up to being available. But again, I haven't heard that WWE are going for her. But we did speak about her joining the other day. So, you know, there's definitely a few names that are like floating around. I don't know outside of Jericho if there's anyone that exciting. After Jericho, Paige might be the other name that people have been saying, could she be in the Rumble? But, yeah, I mean, Dean Ambrose ain't coming back. Daniel Bryan's retired. Cesaro's not coming back. Edge is not coming back. Christian's not coming back. I don't think there's anyone really that exciting out there, to be honest. This is live in America, says Sean. Queen Elizabeth was complicated, but being a monarch as long as she was is complicated. I don't believe she was racist, and that's just a personal opinion, says Miss Trini. I don't believe she was either. Daze, I didn't realize the show was pre-recorded, said JS17. Yes. Can I ask for a prediction for Mania after? I don't know, to be honest, because you're sort of asking me about things that I haven't even considered myself yet. So I can't really give you like much of an answer because I haven't really had a chance to think of anything myself. I mean, I can give you like a gut initial reaction. But I think a gut initial reaction might already be in the breakdown video if you've seen that. Bella sounded. Paige and Brie are the only returns I could think of for the Women's Rumble circuit. Yeah, Brie's a good shout. Not that big of a deal, though, is she? But that's a good shout. Daze, where can I find beans on toast sauce on its own? Because that's the best part. Don't think they do it, to be honest. I've never known anywhere just do the sauce. I mean, it's so cheap to get a can of beans that no one buys beans separate and the sauce separate. You just buy, it comes in as one, you know. So I've never seen it sold separate. You'd probably have to contact Heinz directly. You'd have to get in touch with them. Do we see Aldis coming back to the ring? Well, I'd love him to, but I'm not sure that he's going to. I sort of feel like we've had opportunity to do it, and we haven't took that opportunity. I don't get the sense that WWE are interested in that. If he does, I think it'd be a one-off thing. He's been in for a good few years now. And they just don't seem interested, do they? To be honest, I think they've got so many options for wrestlers. I just don't think they feel like they need it. Cody getting a massive cheer. The quarterback one of WWE, says Brony. This is a very pro-Drew crowd, but there is a pocket of support for Cody. But, yeah, I think it's undeniable that there is more support here for Drew. We don't need Danhausen with Silo spilling his teeth on Ariana Grace. Okay, we're underway with this, and Cody in the ring, off that rope. Kick coming in by Cody. Jabs coming in by Cody. Definitely a pro-Drew crowd said let him in. Down goes Drew, rolls out the ring. I thought this match had happened, said CJ. It has. It has. To the outside, Cody with Drew. Over by the commentary table. Shots coming in again there by Cody. Cody getting back in the ring. Cody into the ring steps. Danhausen sells tons of merch, said Randy. Okay, Cody is down. Drew is over, grabbing Cody, hurling him back in the ring. Defcon said, I think number 23 is going to win the Rumble. Big Time said, Daze, JC Jane's story is inspiring. She sat on the bench, worked hard, asked for an opportunity, got given the ball, hit a home run, and is reaping the rewards. That was years of preparation. Yeah, I agree. I think she's great talent. I get quite excited for her matches, actually. I mean, she really lays stuff in, maybe a bit too much. But she's got a nice pace to her work. Some of her stuff looks really snug. And she's been in a lot of championship matches now, which always carries a little extra drama. Her match quality is quite good, actually. And I find it to be a good watch. She's nothing crazy or, like, you know, mind-blowing, but she's just good. She's just good. She's good talent. There's a Cody Rhodes chant, but we have just had a Drew chant. That turnbuckle pad has been ripped off. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, King Yeti. Thank you, my friend. Look at this. Okay. Okay. Developments have happened. The first fall has ended. The turnbuckle providing a distraction. We've got about half an hour left to go. JC is the dark horse. I didn't see coming, but she is going to be a solid member. A Naomi type, reliable worker who will eventually get over. The Rib said, that was quick. I've seen the rest from here. Danhausen was the first wrestler who I was introduced to against via social media. Everyone else was TV or news sites. Table being set up on the outsides. First one, a squash match. Yeah, squash in the first. Bang! Through the table! We're on to the second stage. Big Ugs. Dots Luchala said, I can't wait for Naomi to come back. There really is no one doing what she was doing before she left. Big Time said, she always comes across as someone that has done her homework and finding ways to keep getting better. She's rated 6.3 on Cage Match. It's okay. That's okay, considering her main roster run has not even started. I don't know how, to be honest, how many votes is that? I don't actually know when it comes to wrestler ratings what the numbers look like. I genuinely don't know, so. If that's a good few hundred, that's interesting. Let's have a look. JC Jane. It's 166, so it's okay. 166 votes. The majority, 57, say 7 out of 10. It's just that 37 said she was 6. Only 23 said she was 8. I don't think she's 8 out of 10. I think that's accurate, to be honest with you. JC Jane, a 6.3 wrestler. I think that's probably accurate. I wouldn't mind it being a touch higher, 6.6, 6.7. But that strikes me as very fair. Right now we're in the crowds. Becky and her Trump persona in promos is entertaining. I can't enjoy the other women's promos because Becky's crash outs are so cringe. It's amazing. Okay, Cody going over into the crowds. Mayor Pete said there's definitely some big returns on the horizon. Naomi, Bianca, Zoe, Gable. What other men are out? Elton Prince. He's out. Who else is out? Seth. Okay, Cody biting. Are we in sync where Cody just bit Drew and had the phone? Are we at that point? We're in the crowd at the moment. If we're in sync, that would be amazing because there are no more commercial breaks. Cody's coming down the steps, throwing in a shot to the midsection. Cody and Drew are in the crowds. Right now, we've got bang into the railings. Is the 3 stages of hell now? Yes. We're in the backstage area. Shot coming in there by Drew. Cody going into the railings. You're a touch ahead of me, says Brony. But Big Time said we're in sync. We're in the crowd, said Edwards. Yes. Okay, a little bit of a mixed bag here. They're in the crowds. I think you're about a good 50, 60 seconds ahead. Okay. Okay. Drew going into the shutter. We're in sync, said Bishop. Ugh, this is a nightmare, isn't it? This is a nightmare. I'm just going to shut up. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to watch and I'm going to shut up. And it's going to be the worst watch along ever. Right now we got Cody with Drew battling away. Banana. Yes, I'm at the banana bit as well. Cody Rhodes using a banana. Okay, now we're in sync, says Mayor Pete. Mark said, I've got you on split screen and I'm also watching college football. Well, I can't commentate on that, but because I don't know, I don't even know who's playing or the rules. Right now, Drew is getting a table. Guys, we just had a banana used. That's right, a banana. Right now, I got Drew with a table. Drew and Cody. We got 22 minutes to go. Drew has got Cody. K-Dub said a banana. That's a foreign object. It is true. I don't think they grow bananas in America. That does make it a foreign object. Kick coming in by Cody. Cody is perched. Coming back down. Banana equals pain, said Shining Wizards. Apples and oranges are getting upset, says Randy. Drew. Bang. Haven't seen a banana used since about 1984. Wow, this is the new WWE. Das Banana, you're right. We're in Germany, aren't we? You're right. It is Das Banana. Das Banana. Oh my God, what's banana in German? It's this.
Banane. 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 Banane.
Banana.
Banane.
Banana.
Banane.
Cody off the top. Oh my God. What do they call beans on toast? Hang on.
Bohnen auf Toast.
What?
Bohnen auf Toast. Bohnen auf Toast.
Beans on toast.
Bohnen auf Toast.
Beans on toast.
Bohnen auf Toast.
Beans on toast.
Okay, Drew is down. Cody coming over, grabbing Drew. That was weird. Okay, the crowd are making some noise here, aren't they? Banana and peanut butter on toast. Banana and peanut butter on toast.
Bananen und Erdnussbutter auf TOAT.
Oh, no. There we go.
Bananen und Erdnussbutter auf Toast.
Banana and peanut butter on toast.
Nice. Banana and peanut butter together actually would be quite nice. That works in my mind. It always comes back to peanut butter in this chat. That is true, actually. Drew walloping Cody. Cody is down. Oh. Drew was looking for that Claymore. Cody strips the commentary table. Love peanut butter. Do you know, I quite fancy that, actually. I wonder if we've got any. Do you know, my relationship with peanut butter is so weird. I just never care about it. And then randomly one day, it'll get mentioned in the chat or something. And I'll be like, I could probably go for that, you know. And then I'll have it. And I'll be like, and it sticks to my mouth. And I'm like, oh, no, yeah, this isn't nice. I'm not having fun. That's probably why you need the jelly. Yeah. Cashew butter is better. Jennifer said fall 2 goes to Cody. Yes. Crossroads on the table, on the commentary table. Cody Rhodes. He's back in it. One. What? Uno. Eins. Beans means eins. Right now, we got Drew down. Love the Bearded said, don't stick your willy in it. Actually, I'll do what I want, thank you, with my own peanut butter. If I want to put my PP in it, then I'll do exactly that. To be honest, if you don't put your PP in it, how are you meant to spread it? I'm not sure how you butter your toast, but it seems like we do it very different ways. Cagey Cage! Not this conversation again, said Metal Mama. We have never spoke about this before, Metal Mama. Don't make it seem like we talk about this on a regular basis. Peanut butter and raw cabbage is awful, said Randy. I can believe that. I can believe that. Cagey Cage. If you put peanut butter in your crack, go get checked. Yes, that is good advice, actually. That is good advice. Okay, the cage is coming down. Guys, it's Eins. It is flipping Eins. Here we go. Dennis said, what are we talking about? We are talking about the WWE Championship. That's what we're talking about. Over in the corner goes Drew. I hope WWE posts the full match. Over the other side, Drew goes into the cage again. Everyone on their feet right now. 16 minutes. Is there 16 minutes? 16 minutes there. Oh, about 17 minutes. I feel like I might be out here. It says there's only 16 minutes left, but then on my thing, there's 17 minutes. Oh, Drew was trying to get out the cage. Peanut butter fluff sandwich. Oh, that's like fluff is the marshmallow stuff, isn't it? The fact that some of you guys are so willing to just stick your penises anywhere really worries me. And I do mean that with an honest and generous heart. To be honest with you, Trini, I think most guys are programmed to stick their penises pretty much anywhere anyway. Do you know what I mean? I think the best way to look at men is just like cows. Just dumb creatures that literally just run around desperately trying to shove their penises anywhere. And that's it. I mean, I don't know if cows do that, by the way. They might do. I don't know. But I think that is basically what guys are all about. That's it. We don't have the nuances of women. They are very complex creatures. Men are not. Men are not very complex at all. Really, most of the day we are walking around going, could I put my penis in that? Could I put my penis in that? I think I probably could put my penis in there, you know. It's a nightmare when you're at the supermarket. Right now we got Drew at the top of the cage. I've got 6 children with 4 different moms, says Randy. Respect. Eins, zwei, shoulder up there by Cody. K-Dub said, Daze, you are describing 99.9% of men. I am one. Yeah. We all think alike. Family friendly. Yeah, but that was earlier. That's not now. Do you know what I mean? Now it's like past the watershed, innit? Can't have a go at me now. Kids shouldn't be up at this time. Jesus. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. In America, maybe. Shut up. Right now we got Drew grabbing Cody. I don't think that's PG, said K-Dub. Well, if you don't like it, Grandma, tough. Yeah? That's what I say about that. I don't give a flip. Deal with it, Granddads. Deal with it, Nana. Cody gets the shoulder up. Restaurant said, you should genuinely be worried, but not so much shocked that we are talking about men. Well, I think it's important we talk about men. We don't talk about men enough. It's good to talk. I felt like that was going to be a powerful statement. It just fell short, really. I probably should be talking about this match. Shot coming in there by Drew. Actually, if you think about it, we talk about men all the time because we do a watch along for wrestling, which is predominantly men. Cody charges over, goes into the ring post. Drew with Cody. Future shot DDT. Yeah. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. King Yeti said, I've got no babies because I'm shy in real life. King Yeti, just find a girl, put your penis in her. Jesus. Come on. It is honestly that simple. I mean, get consent. Mark said, I should have married my kid's mama. Still time. There is definitely still time. Shots coming in there by... Oh my God, this has turned into like men's hour. I love it. That is what we should do, really. We have a show called Loose Women. This is like Loose Men. This is like The View for men. Women have had it too good for too long. Drew is making his way over to Cody. Cody in the corner. What stage is it? Third stage. It was 1-1, which is 1-1 in German. And we are now in the cage match part of this. We got 10 minutes left to go. I don't know what he says there. There's no shame in something. Putting your penis in peanut butter. Cody against the ropes. Duck again. Going over. And... Oh! Crossroads. Boom! Connects! Cody going for the cover. Shoulder up. Benny said, I wish I could be a lady getter like you. Oh, I'm not a lady getter, buds. I'm a lady ignorer. Crossroads, but it's not enough. He's got to do more than that. What was the first stage, said Tyler. First stage was a normal match. Second stage, falls count anywhere. Third stage, steel cage match. Right. Daze, you should get drunk on stream one day. That would be a good spectacle. That would be the stream I probably get cancelled for, to be honest. Not because I have any outrageous views, but you lot would take advantage of me whilst I was drunk. I know it. I don't trust you. Shot coming in there by Drew. Shot coming back there by Cody. WrestleRant said, wow, that was the absolute smoothest transition from Cody. It was a great spot. Bishop said, we all know what happened at the cricket. I don't want to talk about it. Cody against the ropes. Over the other side. Whoop. Gets out the way. Lovely. Bang. Look at that. It is true, actually. The work between Drew and Cody is really smooth at this part in the match. It is really good. Might have been better to do this over the entire European tour. Like one match a week, said Shining Wizard. Oh, right. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. So, oh God, that's actually really interesting. So the first fall happens, and then it's like, yeah, that's really interesting. Do you know cricket works that way? We've just done a series. I suppose basketball works that way, doesn't it? In the playoff finals, where, you know, like the one team goes 1-0 up, and then the other team tries to get back, but it could be 2-0, and it's like the first to get to whatever. You could have done that with Drew and Cody, actually, yeah. That's a really interesting thought. But we didn't do it. We just did it all tonight instead. That would give you, like, main events for the next few weeks, wouldn't it? Cody looking for another boom. 2 Crossroads. 107 Carney said, Dusty didn't teach Cody all of this. Right now, raking of the eyes. Charges in. Drew moves out the way. Claymore incoming. Here's Drew. Here we go. Boom. Cody down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Bit of blood in the hair of Cody. We're getting down to the final moments here. We're getting down to the final throes of this. I mean, there's not long left here at all. Not long left at all. Daze, do you like the current WWE title design? I think the logo in black, but the yellow is meh. Do I like the current WWE title design? I'm not crazy about it. I don't hate it, but yeah, if you think about like the winged eagle, if you think about what the alternative could be, you know, I look at the IWGP belt, look at the AEW belt. Actually, if you look at the AEW championship, I think that's a nice belt. I think the IWGP championship that they just brought back, the classic one, that's a nice belt. If you think about the winged eagle, that's a nice belt. You know, compared to those, I don't think this is as good. But I don't, like, hate it. I mean, it's just the logo in it. Both of these are sat on top of the cage. Mr. Unfamiliar says, here comes The Rock. Daze, I can only imagine what a TVMA episode of Raw directed by William Hensey would look like. Well, that's the dream. Right now, we got Drew, we got Cody. They're at the top of the cage. Bang! Drew smashed into the side of the cage. Cody from the top, looking for a Cody cutter. Boom! 1, 2. I mean, how? Joe's like, how? 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 That I never caught that line earlier. Wade Barrett went, holy cow. And Joe went, or summit that comes out of their back ends. I think he means holy shiz, right? But that's such a weird line, isn't it? I mean, that's nowhere near as cool. Holy cow. Or summit that comes out of their back ends. Urine. Urine comes out of the back end of a cow, doesn't it? Are you talking about urine? That is a weird line. That is a weird line for a commentator to say. That's not like an iconic JR line, is it? That is a Michael Hayes line. Holy cow is what Wade said, and then Joe said, or like summit that comes out of the back end. It's just not a cool line. You don't go, yeah, that's right, Joe. That's right, Queen. Okay, Drew's down. Daze, the red Universal title was bad. It got heavily booed at SummerSlam. We had Bray Wyatt in the Firefly Funhouse match do some magic to turn it blue. Yeah, but wasn't that because it went from Raw to SmackDown? I think that's why we did it. My dad has got dementia, says Mark. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but Harvey, shout out to you. I'm doing good, thank you. Cody getting smashed into the cage. Drew getting smashed into the cage. These two battling away. Cody climbing up. Holy tail, you're right. But that's in the back end, you're right. That is in the back end. Holy tail. Holy tail. Shots coming in here by Drew. Right now we've got Cody on that top rope. Drew getting smashed into the cage. Both guys come crashing down. Cody goes down as well. Referee is over. He's got gloves on because Drew and Cody are both down. Both men down. 1 minute left to go. Yeah, we are out of time, man. We are out of time. Okay, cage door opens. We've got someone. Shining Wizard, shout out to you, my friends.
Everybody assumed that it was Drew who attacked and injured Jacob Fatu, and now Fatu has entered the fray. Fatu is beating down Drew McIntyre. He just punched Cody Rhodes.
It's interesting to listen to the commentators here. No! Fatu is back. Let's go. Jacob is back. Well, he's a flipping idiot. He's come back. And he's ended up flipping. I mean, if he was going after Drew, which it seems like he was, he's come back and just helped Drew win the championship. You had one job. You had one job. You've decided to come back and go after Drew, and you've ended up helping him win the belt, you absolute clown! Idiot! Is that what Jacob is? An idiot? What did you just do? Why attack during a cage match is an idiot? I gotta tell you, I think the Jacob stock took a bit of a hit here. He had one job. Great job, Drew, says Ahmed. Daze, if Cody wins the WWE title back, does that make him a 3-time world champion? For statistics, that's pretty good. Well, I don't think he's thinking that way right now, to be honest. I mean, it is true. If you want to be a multiple-time champion, you got to lose it. But we don't really know who attacked Jacob. No, but I mean, it might turn out to not be Drew, but he certainly feels like he would get involved so that he could go after who attacked him. It doesn't feel like that person was Cody with the way... If it turns out that it was Cody, I think the way that they have executed that is really poor. Because why not allow Drew to win the match? Why did Why did Jacob stop Drew from leaving the cage? Why did he then immediately attack Drew rather than going after the person that he really wanted if it was Cody? None of that would make sense to me. The only reason that he lays hands on Cody is when Cody goes over and touches Jacob, because Jacob was beating up on Drew. And Cody, wanted to win this match. He wanted to complete this match. Didn't want assistance. So, I don't know, man. The way that goes, it feels like it is Drew that he was going after. But, if they try and swerve us and go, no, it was Cody, I'll have some questions. I'll be like, okay, what? To be honest, you can't really put it past this creative. You can't really put it past this creative that, they're going to try and swerve us and tell us it was Cody. I mean, but you better explain why the flippy stopped Drew from winning. I mean, if he wanted Cody, let Drew win the match, get out the cage, then Jacob gets in, closes the door, and sets his sights on Cody. There's no reason for him to touch Drew at all if he doesn't need to. So, yeah, I don't know, man. That bit is going to need some explaining. The whole match, I was just waiting for them to screw over Drew, but he got the belt. He did. How shocked was you by Drew winning? Yeah, I was real shocked. My reaction, I don't think, is going to be very good because I was watching the match, and when Jacob gets in and he starts attacking Cody, I really thought that he was going to realize, hang on, Drew's about to win. I'm not going to let that happen, right? If he is the person that attacked Jacob, I'm not going to let that happen. And then they would both jump over and grab a leg and start. It wasn't until Drew had actually won. It wasn't until the legs actually touched the ground that I was like, oh my God, that has actually happened. Him going through I still felt like he was going to get stopped. Even when Jacob and Cody are brawling in the background, I was still pretty confident that he was going to get stopped. It wasn't until the dying seconds, the last second, where his feet actually touched the ground, I'm like, oh my God. And then, to be honest, because there were so many moving parts, your brain's just like, well, this isn't what was mentioned or planned for Mania. Cody was the favorite going into this match. It's meant to be Cody Roman at Mania. We've just changed the belt on a Smackdown. And you kind of start going through and you're like, and Jacob's back. And yeah, man, honestly. It's not one of those where, I don't know, it's not one of those where I scream the place down. It's one of those where I'm just stunned. I mean, the shock, the stunnage is real. Just like I would imagine most of you lot were shocked by it as well. I mean, there will be Drew fans out there that, believed it was going to happen. But I mean, even they must have been surprised it actually did. So, yeah, really shocking. Really shocking. A true OMG moment to start the year. And actually, it does kind of complicate the road to WrestleMania. What that means going forward, I don't know. I mean, is it that Drew gets added to Cody and Roman and it's a triple threat? We could absolutely do that. Is it that it's going to be Roman Drew at WrestleMania? Cody, goes in a different direction. Could be. I know there's people wondering if it's going to result in Cody turning heel, but I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure. I mean, you could turn him. I'm not saying that they're not going to. I mean, you could, but he's still really over with the kids. He's that baby face that I think he sells a lot of merch. If you take Cody away, I don't know that the kids are snapping up CM Punk merch. Jay's cooled off. I mean, you've always got Roman, of course. So I don't know. Maybe if Roman's going to come back and start working a few more dates, perhaps Roman's going to be that guy that shifts all the merch again. But I feel like Cody has been, like, over with the kids, selling a lot of merch. He's been that sort of John Cena babyface. If you turn him heel, who's going to be that person that, like, really shifts all the merch? I'm not saying that's the only reason to not do it. I'm just saying that these are the kind of considerations WWE has to take into consideration that I think the fans don't. To them, they're just like, turn him heel. But to WWE, they're looking at numbers going, okay, well, if we do that, his merch is going to fall away. Who replaces it? Who is it that, comes through? I mean, no offense, I don't think the kids are going to go out buying LA Knight merch. I don't think he's going to shift the same volumes that Cody did. Roman could. I mean, maybe it is Roman. Perhaps babyface Seth. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm not sure that I see the heel turn coming. You could do it, but I'm not sure that I see it happening at the moment. Are kids going to snatch up Drew merch? No, but they're not meant to. I mean, he's a heel, isn't he? He's a heel champion. I mean, his merch sales are obviously limited. So we're not really focused on Drew in that conversation. It's more about, do you turn Cody heel? And I don't know that you do. I think, I think the goal for WWE is to try and make Cody more interesting. That doesn't have to mean a heel turn. So I sort of feel like, the fans have got what they wanted. There was a large part of fans out there that wanted Drew to, get this. He's earned this. He deserves this. Well, he's got it now. So, I don't know if that'll take some pressure off Cody now. He's lost the belt. Do you know what I mean? That's what some out there wanted, and it's happened. So, I don't know. Perhaps that takes a bit of pressure off Cody. There's not really a reason to hate him anymore now, is there? He's not holding the belt hostage. He doesn't have it. Drew has it. I think the only reason people might get down on Cody is if he finds his way back to that title quite quickly. And I do think there's a chance that he could. I don't know. I just don't know. We're going down a road I was not expected to go down. Last time we did this, well, we've done it a few times, but reminds me of when we turned Cena heel just before Mania, and we went down a road I wasn't expecting us to go down. And it's got sort of shades of that. Not as dramatic as that, but it's got shades of that. So, yeah, we'll have to see. It's a swerve. It's it's a bump in the road. It's a changing of direction. It's, you do want that from WrestleMania season. It's just come very, very early, hasn't it? On the flipping 9th. Big Time said, how important is it for WWE to get the outcomes of the Rumble right and leave fans satisfied? It's important, but not essential. I think that Rumble, last year, Jay won. I don't think that was quite what people were looking for, but, that's the Rumble. I mean, you never know who's going to win, and anyone can win. I think Jay winning probably caught a few people by surprise. I don't remember who the favourite was. I feel like it might have been John that was the favourite. But, I sort of feel like the Royal Rumble, anything can happen, and that is part of the charm. So, if someone wins that was a favourite, then you got to expect that. If it's going to be Braun and Liv, I mean, there's a chance of that. If it's going to be Roman and Liv, or Roman and Charlotte, I mean, maybe not Charlotte, maybe Bianca. Those are the favourites. If you're going to throw in a curveball, I don't know, man. I just think that's part of the charm of the Rumble, isn't it? So I would say the Rumble's fine. I mean, with the Rumble, you watch it, you root for someone, and you just see what happens. So, yeah, I think in regards to, I mean, there's obviously things that they shouldn't do, which would be flipping bonkers, have R-Truth win or something like this, right? Although, even if they did that, I think I could see people being okay with it, They shouldn't have the Miz win. That might get some backlash. But, I mean, they ain't going to do anything like that. It's probably just going to be one of the favourites. So, I think, with that, I don't think there's too much pressure. I think the pressure is more on making it a good show. more than who wins, I think, were there some really good surprises? You know, let's put it this way. If Bron Breakker and Liv Morgan win, I don't think people are going to massively care. If there's no Jericho or no kind of surprises, I think that's going to bother people more. I think people would be more bothered by that if there's no Jericho or there's no like really good surprises. That will upset people more. So I hope they've got some stuff planned. I hope Jericho's in it. And I hope they've got some tricks up their sleeve. Because I think that if you tune into the Rumble, I think that is really what people want to see. Legends and all this kind of stuff, you know. This is why people get upset when like 27 names get announced in advance. Only leaves you like 3 spots, doesn't it? For like surprises. And you hear that like, I can't believe they've announced so many people. Look at this graphic. We're going to get next to no surprises. That's what people want. That's what people want. People want shocks and surprises and moments. And you got to remember, you're not going to get loads of those. You got to remember that there's only ever a few each year. And I'm sure there'll be some stuff this year, but that's the stuff I think that they need to make sure they get sort of right. Otherwise, people are going to be really disappointed. But not to the point where I think they won't tune into WrestleMania. Because, you know, the thing is that by the time you get to WrestleMania, they'll have hype packages out for that. There'll be rumors for that, you know. And so, you know, WWE will find a way of getting people to want to tune into that. I mean, that's what they do. They promote shows and they find ways of getting fans, even lapsed fans, to want to tune into those shows. That's what WWE has been doing for decades. So even if they have an underwhelming Rumble, they'll get people to tune into WrestleMania. Joshua said, I'm not convinced Jericho's in Saudi. His band are going to start their tour on February 5th. I hope he's in the Rumble. Oh, that's a perfectly good gap. I mean, the Rumble's, what, the 31st of January? If he starts his tour on the 5th of February, I mean, I think there's more than enough time there. I mean, if he was doing his tour the next day, yeah. If he was starting his tour on the 1st of Feb, then I might be a bit more concerned. But the 5th of February gives him plenty of time. I mean, that means that the Rumble is on Saturday. Jericho's first gig isn't until the Thursday. So, I mean, that gives him time to, and probably, I don't think he's going to do anything that strenuous in the Rumble. But, you know, that gives him a couple of days to recover, get to the UK. I mean, I'd imagine he's probably doing rehearsals and stuff now. I don't think he'll leave it that late where he's doing rehearsals, you know, that close to the show. He's probably doing rehearsals with the band now. Does Rumble on the 31st, and then he's got the first gig on the Thursday. I think that's fine, honestly. I don't think that's a reason to not expect him. I don't know about the ending. WWE didn't let the moment breathe. Drew just won the big one, and the show goes off with him crawling on the floor. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Big Time said, it's been a long time since we had a Rumble that was actually memorable. I still remember 2020 being good. Generic theme song has been a bit of a killer for reactions. That's very true. That is very true. Brony said, Punk ain't losing the title until Mania. If he was going to lose it at any point, it would have been against Braun on Raw. Kimberly said, did you like it? This show. I've done my full breakdown video. It's on the channel. I scored this show about a 7.75. Obviously, I think the 3 Stages of Hell is doing some heavy lifting there. I thought that as a main event was very enjoyable as a main event. I do agree, though, that, you know, Drew's just won the big one. And, you know, he's on the floor crawling. I think it's a good point. You know, it's not like he's in the ring with pyro going off and him cutting a message to the camera. You know, he's kind of scrambling around on the floor. After winning the biggest title you can. There is no bigger title that you can win. it is a bit of a weird way of doing it. And then you've got like the fact that there was outside interference. Cody's obviously gonna claim that he would have won that match, like, you know, outside interference for a title change of that magnitude. We've seen it before, of course we have. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that was a weird way to do it. But to be honest, I mean, to change the belt on a SmackDown is very, very strange. I mean, this is the belt that main events WrestleMania and main events SummerSlam. This is the belt that Gunther's never had. You know, this is the belt that everyone dreams of getting their hands on. So, yeah, it's a big moment, man. Undeniably big moment. Massive. I haven't seen the reaction to it, actually. I mean, I did the first stream. Then I immediately did the breakdown video. Then as soon as that was done, I did the what was it called? The flipping timestamps. So that meant I had to watch my video back and get all the times for the, you know, this is where we speak about this match. This is where we speak about this. So you can go actually to that breakdown video and just skip straight to the Cody Drew part in the timestamps. So that's helpful. I know that's helpful. I know people appreciate that. So I always do that. But by the time I'd done that, it was time for me to start this stream. So I've not seen any reaction to this. I don't know if people are happy about it, sad about it. I'd imagine it's probably quite varied. Drew's got his fans. Cody's got his fans. Then you got people in the middle that might be a bit down on how it was executed. But then you might have people that are like, no, it's really good. I feel like it was a SmackDown that was worth watching. You know, we should do more of this kind of thing on SmackDown. So I think you might see a bit of a smorgasbord of reaction. So I'm quite looking forward, actually, to doing the opinions video and just seeing what people have got to say. So with that being said, I'm going to put that request out now. What did you think about SmackDown? Are you happy with the finish? There we go. I've put that up on X. Get your comments in on that. The very next thing I'm doing after this is I am going to do that opinions video. We can get a few final thoughts, and then we'll go and do that. Okay, Wrestle with Andy said, who do we think Drew will wrestle at the Rumble? Well, Randy, Sammy, or Damian feel like the three runners. Damian, maybe because of the confrontation backstage, could be the direction we go. Randy could always be in the Rumble, of course. Sammy has been trying to get to the championship, and we did interview him backstage. I think Damian, Sammy, it's between those two for me. But I don't think if it's Sammy, Sammy wins. I actually don't think he should win. People aren't like chanting his name in buildings around the world. He's not over like Daniel Bryan or anything. For me, I think we could maybe get Sammy to a World Heavyweight Championship, but the WWE Championship, I don't see it. And I'm a Sammy fan. So, to be honest, I don't see Damian with it either. I don't think if it is either of those that Drew loses, I think Drew would win. But I think the challenge might come from one of those two. Feel free to let me know what you think. Big Time said, to be honest, this is on wrestlers. Drew was crawling for too long. Sometimes wrestlers need to know their spots and understand that there are time constraints. Tribalist said, I haven't got a problem with it. Shining Wizard said, I'm confident we're going to get Gable in the Rumble. I'm guessing you mean in the Rumble. Brody said, apparently Drew, Cody both pitched for Cody to lose at WrestlePalooza the first time they faced. They had the same idea for tonight, and it actually went through. Joe said, Drew winning was my favorite. Daze, did you get the tag team picture of Pixelation? Not that I've seen. I mean, it might have come through today. it's always, if something gets sent through, it's always worth just sending me a X notification. Because if it's like just DM'd, I won't see it. If it's emailed, I won't see it. Because I don't have time to like keep on top of my DMs and my emails. So yeah, if it did get sent through, then hopefully if there's a little notification saying sent it, then brilliant, I'll get it changed. Daze, the cage match rating for SmackDown is ridiculous. Trick and Rey is even rated high. Well, it's probably next to no one feedback. Unless that's got like a couple of hundred feedbacks, I wouldn't even focus on it, honestly. It's not worth it. It's the sample size is too small. Until you get to like a couple of hundreds. I mean, even that JC one was like 166. Just next to no one uses cage match. This is why people sort of roll their eyes off at it and scoff at it. I mean, I think it works best when it comes to PLEs. Because for PLEs, you do get a good few hundred feedbacks. And that's a little bit more useful. But normally when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, you're dealing with like 20, 30, 40 feedbacks. And it's just not a big enough sample size. And it's a real shame because I do think cage match, if it was used more, would be a really useful tool. And would give you just a real good snapshot as to what people are thinking. And, you know, you can still use it at a glance anyway. But, no, I mean, if you've had 40 or 50 feedbacks, if that ever gets to 100, you could see some massive swings in scores because it's just not a big enough sample size. I like the way that Drew won. He's been the victim so many times, and now he took advantage of it, says Bentron. Fuzzy Balls said, I think Cody is a total threat. He's got great skills on the mic and in the ring. It would be a mistake to push him to the back like they've done with The Miz. I watch every video on his YouTube channel. Fuzzy Ball, shout out to you. Yeah, I honestly, I think it's really interesting because I do think that Cody has lost some support, of course. It's easy to see that when you hear Drew's name being chanted in the arena, and also you see so many people online kind of trying to get behind and trying to support Drew. But, you know, it's one of those where I don't know what those people want now. I mean, he's lost the belt. So, I don't know, is it all good now? Is it that we can hopefully give Cody a bit of an edge, build him back up to the title? I mean, I just think creative have completely botched this. I think they've completely botched this. I think they've made Drew too credible as a heel. I think, you know, a lot of what Drew says should be dismissed as nonsense. It's Drew just out for himself. But they've met, you know, this is a heel that people want to see win, which is obviously not ideal. You know, he should be a heel that is a heel. I mean, he steals the watch, Dusty's watch. He burns the picture of Cody and Dusty. He breaks onto the tour bus. You know, these are things that are meant to sort of turn you against Drew. But instead, people are like, oh, that's cool. You know? So I think they've made Drew to... It's this stupid thing that Triple H has got about giving heels a credible narrative. You know, this person is a heel because he sees things this way. And, you know, it's like you can understand where he's coming from. You might not agree with it, but at least you can understand where he's coming from. Well, the problem with that is a lot of people are actually going to agree with what he says. So if he says there's conspiracy against me, people are trying to hold me down, you know, there's a load of people out there going, yeah, that's right. He's right. He's telling the truth. Drew is telling the truth. And we had this exact same thing with Kevin Owens. And this is because rather than Drew being a heel and going out and doing horrible heel things for people to, you know, rally against, for some reason, Triple H likes making his heels credible. And I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand why that is something we need to do. Heels should be hated. Baby faces should be supported. And I know it doesn't always work that way, but you are muddying the water if you make your heels relatable and you give your heels kind of credibility. I mean, I don't understand. Triple H understands wrestling better than me because he is a wrestler, has been a wrestler, he's been a top wrestler. I don't know. I can only imagine he felt frustrated at times when maybe Vince made him do some stuff that he didn't want to do as a heel. And he was like, my character would never do this. It doesn't make sense. And maybe one of the things he swore is like, if ever I get a chance to book, I'm always going to make sure that my heels are credible and that they're doing things for a reason, you know? I don't know. Perhaps it was a bugbear of his when he was a heel. But to me, all you're doing is you're really muddying the water here. And actually, you're turning people against your baby faces and actually making your heels a bit more sympathetic. And I don't get it. Don't know why you want to do that. But he has. And then, like as we've said so many times, they just made Cody so dull, so boring, that, you know, that groundswell of support just kept growing for Drew, really anyone, you know. People were happy when Cena won the belt at WrestleMania and took it off Cody. And, you know, you go into the Drew feuds and then people are, you know, looking for Drew to get it because you just made Cody so dull. Just made Cody so boring, so flat that people are like, there's got to be something more exciting than this. So, I don't know, man. I mean, the belt is off Cody and it's on Drew, and there's going to be a good chunk of people that are going to be excited about that. I don't know what you do with Cody. I really don't. I don't think they've got plans to turn him heel. I mean, if they want to get really exciting, then, well, do it. Do it. I mean, it doesn't bother me if they do it. But I'm not convinced that's the plan. And I'm not convinced that is kind of what they're looking to do either. But we are going down some roads I was not expecting, which means, you know, we could now do some stuff I was not expecting. And, you know, that could involve Cody turning heel. But there's never been any rumor of it. There's no word about it. And I think, if anything, they have always been saying that, you know, he feels like the heir apparent to Cena. He is that kind of white meat baby face. You know, he's a lovely guy in real life, Cody. I think we can all understand that. And I think he is someone that will stick around and do sign-ins for the fans and, you know, do charity work and do Make-A-Wish. And, like, he was born to do all of that stuff. And those responsibilities of, you know, interviews and carrying the weight of the belt, like, yeah, man, he does it. And he does it as a baby face. And it's hard to see them wanting to just abandon that when I don't think there's many people that will put in that same level of work as a baby face as what Cody will. He's like, do you know what I mean? Idolizes John. I mean, you always heard about John, didn't you? He always goes the extra mile. You know, never complains. Kind of makes you think there's probably quite a few people that do complain. There's probably quite a few people that do moan and don't want to get up early and don't want to do these things. And John never once. I think Cody was very inspired by that. Listen, I'm sure there's others. I'm sure LA Knight wouldn't complain and, you know, all those kind of people. I'm sure there are others, but I don't know. Again, just talking about things that WWE take into consideration. I think that's something they take into consideration. I think merch sales on the scale that Cody gets them, I think that takes into consideration. And these are the things they're looking at when they're trying to decide whether to do a heel turn. They never did it with Cena, obviously, for those reasons. We know that that's why Vince didn't want to turn Cena. You know, that was the cash cow, and they didn't want to turn him. Cody's not that same level, though. Cody's not Cena level. So perhaps the rules aren't the same when it comes to Cody. But again, these would be the considerations, which is just enough to make me go, I'm not sure that's the plan at the moment. But again, we've gone down a road I wasn't expecting, so it could be a plan. It could be the plan. Big Time said the WrestleOps tweet with Drew winning has got 35,000 views in 5 hours. with 750 comments that say finally. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise. We know that Drew had got support online. In fact, his support was largely online. If ever you tuned in and watched the shows, the live crowd still seemed to be with Cody. It's only now that we've gone over to Europe, and I think we've got some more of the smarter fans kind of coming out. You know, I don't know if you saw, but there was like some UK flags, and I think there was like some people that kind of, it's not a problem to get to Germany from the UK. It's not a problem to get to Germany from France. It's kind of like going from one state to another in America. So I think this was like a bit of a smarter crowds. I think you'll get that on this European tour. And so, yeah, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at that as a reaction. I could have told you, you could have told me the reaction on X online is going to be positive for Drew getting this. But that is not a reflection of the wider fan base. That is just a glimpse, isn't it? We've said before that the IWC is just a percentage. That was shown with the We Want Cross chants, or lack of, I should say. I mean, how many We Want Cross posts did you see when around SummerSlam, when it looked like he was going to be leaving the company? You know, how many comments, if you counted them up, would you find? And then how loud was the chants the weeks after? I mean, they just were non-existent. So there is a real difference between the IWC and the live arenas. And, you know, what we're dealing with is just a percentage when we look online. Word Live Cena said, people hating on Tiffy when she was champ, but it's worse now with Jade. It's going to be the same with Cody. He's lost now and it'll be worse with Drew. Thoughts? I don't know, do I? I mean, I don't know what Drew's going to be like as a champion. I don't know what they've got lined up. So I can't say. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. All I do know is that there was a good chunk of people that got bored of Cody and the belt is off him now. So people have got what they want. And so let's see where this takes us, you know. I mean, Drew could be a fantastic champion. I genuinely don't know. I know one thing. I ain't excited about seeing Drew Damian. That ain't a feud that's going to excite me if we're going to do that, because I saw it when there was no belt involved and I didn't care. I didn't think it was a good feud at all. So, you know, that feud doesn't bother me in the slightest. I think that's... I'm quite happy to say that feels like it's going to be underwhelming. It might just be a one-off match at Rumble, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I hope it's not going to be Damian Drew as a feud lead into WrestleMania or something, you know? It can't be, can it? It can't be. Maybe Damian gets the Rumble match, but I don't think he would get anything more than that, to be honest. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's uncharted waters. Fuzzy Balls said, if WWE isn't racist, how do you not push Ober? He gets everyone excited. Well, Ober is... I don't even know how to answer that. I don't even know how to answer that. Ober hasn't even debuted yet. And word on the street is he's going to go to Raw and he's going to be very prominent on the WrestleMania cards. I don't know why we would be bringing racism into this. Watch the videos. I get that match, says Frank. This is just putting Cody in the Rumble and giving him potential to win it again, said Uncle Rebel. Well, I'm very interested to... Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, actually. The world is so sensitive now, they've got to desensitize heels. Yeah. That's true, actually. Heels can't be true heels anymore because people will get upset. If heels do anything too heelish, people will get upset and stop watching. Yeah, perhaps that's true. To be honest, though, there is a lot of stuff heels did in the past that I don't think we should try and do in the modern day. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I like that's a good comment. I didn't see who made it, but it's a good comment. Right, yes, get your comments in, though, because I think this is going to be a really, really interesting opinions video. Really interesting opinions video. You can go over to X. So here, what did you think about SmackDown? Are you happy with that finish? What do you think about Drew winning? What do you think the future's going to hold for Cody? You can talk about SmackDown, of course you can, but I think the more interesting thing is about what's next for Drew, what's next for Cody. What do you do with Cody now? Has it got to be the heel turn? Or is just losing the title going to be enough? Is the pain that Cody is going to feel by losing this belt going to be enough for people to kind of get on side with him and feel a bit sorry for him again, Because, I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know. He had the ball. He's dropped the ball. He's lost the ball. Where does he go from here? It's a good question. There has been accusations. I would hope that there's none of that anymore. I don't know, but that's a very complicated topic, and I don't believe WWE is a racist company. If it was, why would we watch? That would be my question. If WWE is racist, why would any of us be here supporting it? Uncle Revel said this puts Jacob in the title picture against Drew. Cody is still there. Roman versus Drew. There's a lot more there than just Damian, says Uncle Revel. Yeah, that's the one, though, that doesn't excite me, if that was the plan. I mean, Drew Roman, yeah, I'll take that. Drew Jacob, I'll take, but I don't think Jacob's ready for the WWE title. I don't know. I mean, maybe we're changing and pivoting, and maybe that belt is going to lose some prestige. I mean, before what I said was, I see the first belt that people get is the World Heavyweight, and then you move on to the WWE. We put the World Heavyweight on Jay. We put the World Heavyweight on Damian Priest. We don't just take those chances with the WWE title, which is why for me Jacob is not WWE. Like, go get the World Heavyweight title first if you're Jacob. But there has been a bit of a shake-up with the two teams, creative teams. Maybe the SmackDown team are really pushing to allow anyone to kind of get their hands on that WWE title now. Maybe we are going to see Jacob against Drew. Jacob could get the belt. I don't know. I wouldn't love that, to be honest. I kind of like the way it's set up, where we don't just give the WWE Championship to anyone, And listen, Jacob's great. I love Jacob. But I've just seen Gunther kind of get tested out with that World Heavyweight title. I've just seen Jey Uso get tested out with that World Heavyweight title. One it worked, one it didn't. I kind of feel like Jacob, I'd like to see him go down that same path. So it's no big drama. Do you know what I mean? I mean, what I always tend to think, if you are a Cody fan, is there's a lot of things that frustrate me in wrestling where I feel like people get things and they don't deserve them, I mean, I was frustrated about Maxine because, we never saw her on TV. And then she gets into a feud with Becky and then boom, out of nowhere, wins the Women's Intercontinental Championship, a belt that Natalya hasn't had and Bayley hasn't had. And, there's so many women that haven't got their hands on that belt. But for some reason, we put it on Maxine Dupree, who, I don't know, we ain't done nothing with her. She came out of nowhere and got this belt, right? And I was like, I ain't a fan of this. Or like Logan getting his, just, not putting the work in, just straight out the gates being at WrestleMania. Straight out the gates, here you go, mate, be on the SummerSlam cards. I'm sure he was putting work in behind the scenes at the time. But this is a guy that went from absolutely doing nothing to then, here you go, mate. Which PLE do you want to be on? Who do you want to face? Yeah, you're in the Rumble. Yeah, you're at WrestleMania. Like, do you know what I mean? Logan has not had that climb. He's not, there's people that didn't make the card so that he could. There's people out there that have had to find their characters and battle against other people to try and get onto the main roster, and then Logan just swans in and gets handed to him, you know? That's what frustrates me. These are the things that frustrate me. But it doesn't frustrate me that Drew has won, because there is absolutely no way that you can say he doesn't deserve it, right? I didn't think he would win, and I was, you know, quite happy for Cody to retain. But I'm okay with Drew getting it, because Drew is not one of those kind of undeserving people, if you will. Yeah, he's someone that has put that work in, given us loads of great moments. His feud with CM Punk was amazing. He got screwed at Clash in Castle. Do you remember when he was in the ring and blooming Tyson Fury was singing American Pie with him? You know, I mean, he's been through all of those things and all of those moments. I mean, he even won the title, didn't he, at WrestleMania the other year, and then immediately lost it as Damian cashed in on him. So, you know, we've had all these kind of moments with Drew. So, yeah, I mean, for me, I kind of think about it that way, and I think, do you know what? It's all right, man. This doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered by Drew winning, because it's going to someone that I am quite happy to support and say deserves it. Where that leaves us with Cody and everything, I don't know, and that's a very interesting conversation. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck into the opinion videos. True, Carrion never got the support like Truth did, says Word Life Cena. Drew definitely deserves this, says K-Dub. I imagine that Cross is disappointed, as the We Want Cross thing did fizzle out. Is it because we forced WWE to bring him back? He should have put his heart and soul into that SummerSlam match. To be honest, I think he knew that the time was up for him even during that SummerSlam match. I don't know. That whole thing is weird. I mean, he puts out a video and it gets like hundreds of thousands of views. Like, I don't even know what it's on now. That documentary he put out, a crazy amount of views. And then there's no We Want Cross chants in the arenas. And I honestly, I don't know if he'll ever give you like the answer on that. I mean, I think there'd need to be a lot of time removed before he speaks on it. But I'd love to know his thoughts on it. His genuine, real thoughts. Like, genuine, from the heart, this is what I think, this is what I feel. I would love to know his take on that. Why was it that the support for him was so loud online and he can get hundreds of thousands of views on a documentary? But I mean, like, if there were any We Want Cross chants, they were so small. I mean, where were the signs? It doesn't make sense. I mean, I know the online wrestling community is only a small percentage. I know that. I know that the casual fans, you know, kids just wanting to go to the shows, parents taking their kids, people that are at work that don't go online. I was one of those. I used to watch wrestling and not engage with the IWC, right? I used to watch the shows. I used to go to work. And I think there is a lot of people that still do that don't go online and interact online. I think there's a lot of people that still do that. So I know that what you read online is just a percentage. It is not everything. It is not everyone. It is just a percentage of the fan base. But how was it so loud for him, and then it did not show itself in the arenas? I don't really have an answer for that, because you would imagine that it would have still found a way in, but it just didn't. And I would love to know what his thoughts on that are, to be honest. And as I said, I don't think whilst he's an active wrestler, he would kind of want to say anything. Because he's got to be disappointed. He's got to be disappointed. You know? I don't know. Part of me really wondered if it was all a bit of a plan and that he might come back and they would bring him back. But if it is the plan, I think we've got to say it's really not worked. Because if they were hoping that there was going to be loud "We Want" cross chants all throughout, October, November, December. I mean, if they were hoping that they were going to be able to kind of recapture that "We Want Punk" movement, it ain't happened. It's just no one's even thinking about it anymore. And they haven't for months. Yeah, I don't know. That's another video that could be really interesting. What happened? Is it just that the online community is such a small percentage that it just did not translate to the live shows and that's it? It's that simple. But I don't think it's that small. I mean, the guy gets hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views. I don't even know what his documentary got, but I mean, it was a sizable number. I can't remember what it was called. It had a name, didn't it? Carrion.
And then I said, hey.
Hang on. Carrion Cross. Carrion Cross. The Killer. Yeah. 4 months ago, 836,000 views. Do you know, The Killer Part 1 had 463,000. And then 4 months ago, about his contract ending, 836,000. Life after WWE, 3.4 million people have watched that. Life after WWE, 3.4 million. I can't make an argument that that is not a sizable number. That is a sizable number. But then I cannot explain as to why it did not show itself inside the arenas. Fuzzy Ball said AJ Lee, Becky Lynch in a steel cage match with no outside interference. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Robbie said it's been reported by Body Slam Net that Cody and Drew both pushed for the title change, similar to when they did for WrestlePalooza. Well, I wonder what the plan is. I wonder what the strategy is. I mean, if Cody is in on it, then what's the play? What's the plan? Those Raw and Smackdown following SummerSlam were international outside of US. It was Canada and France. Yeah, but it should still have had noise, shouldn't it? I mean, Canada, we still did some US shows. So we did do Canada, but there were US shows before we went over to Europe. It might have only been 1 or 2, but I remember saying it might not be loud in Montreal. But I mean, it still doesn't make sense because they still watch the same product. I mean, why would it be that the French-speaking people didn't get behind Carrion? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, the same people that are over tend to be over in, like, different places. And we did still do some dates in America before we went. I think with Truth, it was just sudden release compared to people trying to get him pushed before he was released. I think people were fatigued, said Phoenix. Shining Wizard said, I think Carrion just wasn't very good. Are you doing TNA when it moves to AMC? No, I've got no plans for that, no. Cody just had his second child. If a wrestler takes some time off after a second child, maybe it's that, says Fuzzy Balls. I think they're going to give Cody time off, said Shining Wizards. There's plenty of people that could face Drew. I think the number of kids and families in the crowds who were unaware of Cross or the way the crowd was mic'd up, said Bishop. Johnny said, why don't you do TNA? I'm not interested, to be honest, buds. I've never done it. I've never watched TNA. It's never been part of my viewing. I've only ever done the odd show when it's had like a really large NXT presence. So it's just never been a product I've engaged with. I don't have no nostalgia for it. I have no connection to it. I'm just not interested in it. Maybe people don't have the energy to fight for him. But they have the energy online, you know. You'd think they'd have the energy to make a sign. I don't know. We're not going to get anywhere because I don't have the answer. I genuinely don't know. And it's a mystery to me. So, you know, it is what it is. The only thing I can really put it down to is that part of it, not all of it, but part of it is to do with the fact the IWC is just a percentage. And so it was very loud there and it just didn't translate into the arenas. I don't think that explains it all, but I think that there is part of that is true. So, you know, I think the original point is just remember that when you're online, that these things are not reflective of everybody. Because sometimes, you know, it's very easy to kind of get into a bubble online. You know, you can block people that you disagree with. You can put people you do agree with into lists. And I don't know, it's very easy to just surround yourself with people that have the same opinions. That is a real danger with social media, is that you just surround yourself with everyone that's got the same opinions as you. You know, the people you follow is because you like them. So that means that on your homepage, it's going to show you people that you follow that you like, that are probably going to share the same opinions as you. And so it's very, very easy to then fall into the trap of thinking that everyone thinks and feels that way. Why are WWE not listening to the fans when the fans are being so loud? Well, that's because your homepage is not the same as my homepage. And that is a real downside with social media. And that is a real problem with social media, is that we can all fall into our own bubbles. I'm not saying that's happened with anyone here, but I'm just saying I have no doubt that's happening. So, yeah, I think that there's, you know, quite a bit to dissect, actually, with all of this. But let's see what you lot think. Let's go and get the opinions video done and see what people have got to say. Right. That came out as great 75 for that main event. I can tell you that the main events earlier today scored great 85. You lot just scored it great 75. So, yeah, actually not too far out. Only 10% difference. Great 85, great 75. It's a very well-received match, that main event. Very well-received. Okay, there we go. Wow. We certainly have done some streaming today. So we started an hour and a half before. Looks like we've gone nearly an hour after. The show was 3 hours, so we're coming up to about 5.5 hours for this stream. We did 4 hours earlier. That means we've done about 9.5 hours streaming today. And we did that breakdown video, and we're going to do an opinions video, and we're going to do an unseen. So there we go. No wonder my voice is giving out a little bit, but really appreciate the support. Thank you to everyone that joined us for this stream or the last stream, or if you joined us for both streams. I'm going to go and record that video now, the opinions video. That'll be up in a little bit, half an hour or so. Unseen will be out much later, but there is one coming. I will do one tonight. There should be some good reaction, of course, to everything that went down. And yeah, honestly, have a fantastic weekend. There'll be unseens and hopefully a fun video. First one will drop this weekend. And if you want our next live stream, we are back on Monday for Monday Night Raw. So awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.